Good afternoon, everyone. Test. Test. It's the clerk. How about now? Test. Okay, how about now? That's better. Do we have our counselors online? Okay, Counselor Columbus and Michelle, can you hear me okay? Can you hear me now, Counselor Columbus?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. All right. We're back on track.
I can hear you as well, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Michelle. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome all members and guests to the December 17th, 2024 council meeting. Please ensure that your phones are on mute and silented and on silent mode. And a quick reminder that our meetings are web streamed and televised, so if you could take a moment to do that right now so we don't disrupt the meeting, that would be appreciated. If you are attending virtually, please use your Microsoft Teams hand raise feature icon and remove it after you finish speaking. With that, I will call December 17th, 2024 council meeting to order. We have all members of council participating with the exception of Councillor Huffman today. Councillor Michelle and Councillor Columbus are attending virtually. The municipality of Norfolk is committed to furthering truth and reconciliation in our communities. We recognize the historical and current contributions of Indigenous peoples throughout Canada, and particularly in Norfolk County, that have added to the rich cultural and social fabric that exists here today. We will strive to continually strengthen and develop the spirit of respect, cooperation, and collaboration to the mutual benefit of all Norfolk County residents. The agenda is before you, Council. Are there any changes? Okay, seeing none. Are there any, go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, if I may ask, I see that there's a deputation here, 6.2 from Les Anderson. I'm wondering if yourself or the clerk can confirm if that deputation is moving ahead today. If not, I would ask to add it with a 2/3 majority.
I'll turn it over to the clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Anderson's delegation was removed because it didn't fit the criteria for our procedural bylaw. So if you would like to hear that delegation, we would need to add it to the agenda. by waiving the provision within the procedural bylaw, and we would need to pass that by 2/3 of the members present.
Thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. So, Madam Mayor, I'd like to ask that council with the 2/3 majority would add the deputation from Les Anderson today.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a seconder? Councillor Brunton seconds the motion. Any discussion or debate on that? It's a 2/3 majority to add a deputation with regards to a pulled item. Councillor Berry?
Thanks, Mayor. What is the nature of the deputation? Like, by the time I had looked at the agenda, it had already been removed. So what are we doing?
I'm speculating, but I believe it's with regards to the grant, which has been pulled by Councillor Brunton. And Les just nodded his head, confirming that.
Okay, that's what it's about, but what is the nature of it? Like asking us to reconsider the ineligibility of, like, what are we doing here?
Councillor Duthie, do you have any?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. My understanding from the communication I saw was that perhaps there was some information that we weren't aware of at the time that Mr. Anderson would like to add.
Okay, so then, fair enough. So I guess my concern here is then, does this open up, so we're gonna have other ones come forward next month, and how long does this go on? So I guess I'm trying to play this forward. So we hear the deputation, we reconsider our decision to provide funding, and then what, remove funding from someone who is approved because this one retroactively is deemed eligible? Like, is that the path we're heading down here?
So I suppose if the deputation made any changes to the current decision, that's eligible under normal course of business because it's pulled today. The decision that we make at the end of day today would be eligible for one final reconsideration in the future if another council member wanted to bring new information forward or a deputation. So the long and short of it is we haven't really put out a comprehensive call for deputations to come forward on the matter, and yes, it could be as messy as you're speculating.
Okay, so I guess, am I allowed to ask, like, so can I ask the mover, like, is that the intention here? Is that we're trying, you asking us to potentially reconsider taking funding from one of the ones that we've already approved and diverting it to a different program that was deemed ineligible based on the strength of the deputation?
Madam Mayor, thank you. Through you, categorically no, and I think that's respectfully somewhat of an unfair question. I am asking that the deputation be heard. What council decides is council's wish.
Okay. So, okay.
Councillor Michelli, do you want to join in on debate, or do you have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a similar question to Councillor Berry's. I just want to say that I share his concerns. I'm quite happy to hear the deputation, but I'm not clear about what the ask will be. I suppose maybe we have to wait to hear what it is, but I do share Councillor Berry's concern.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is just to simply hear the deputation today. So let's move forward with that and we'll deal with the next issue if that arises. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? And opposed? The motion is carried. Councillor Columbus? Did I miss you? Your hand is raised, or was that to vote? Actually, you know what?
Yes,
The motion was not.
I had my
Sorry, I don't-
remote hand up.
I don't think the motion was carried because that was a 2/3 majority. Motion's defeated. Okay. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Seeing none, looking for a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Please, mover and a seconder. Councillor Van Andrieschie moves, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All in favor? That's carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Columbus? You're muted.
It's with respect to the council and committee minutes whereby I declared a conflict with respect to item 9.1.3. I am a Legion member of the Delhi Legion with respect to the Amplify Norfolk application. If the clerk can identify that, please.
Okay.
It was in the minute.
Noted,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
I will be declaring on our early closed session item, which is item 4.1, for potential litigation. Is there anything I've missed? Anyone I've missed? Seeing none. Okay, first item on the agenda is actually early closed. So with that, I would look for a mover and a seconder, please, to enter into closed session at 1:11 p.m. to discuss an item pursuant to Section 239(2)E and F of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality and local board, and F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. That was moved by Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All in favor? That is carried.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the Planning Department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment, and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan? Farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document.
Okay, can I have a motion to reconvene in open camera at 1:28? Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Van den Riesche. The following matter was addressed in closed session, and I will ask the clerk to make the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So, council met in closed session with their municipal solicitor, received advice that subject to solicitor-client privilege pursuant to an active litigation matter. So if we could have a motion to that effect, that information was received.
Moved by Councillor Duthie, seconded by Councillor Van den Riesche. Those in favor? That is carried.
Thank you.
And I'll hand the chair back to the mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Okay, moving along. There are no consent items today, so we'll start with deputations, and we have one on the agenda today. Item 6.1, we have Norfolk General Hospital CEO and Norfolk General Hospital Physician Recruiter with regards to the agenda item 8.4.1 physician recruitment. Come on up and hit the button on the right-hand side of the microphone. You have 5 minutes for your deputation. I can let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Well, good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. It's always a pleasure for me to have the opportunity of standing here and attending a portion of your meeting. Before we get started, just to extend to all of you and your families just a very blessed Christmas this holiday season. Hopefully you get a chance to decompress and spend some time with your respective families. Joining me today, as you mentioned, Your Worship, is Carolyn Beam, who's an integral member of the NGH family, has been for 30 years, and will be retiring on January the 10th. So. Carolyn, as you referenced, is our dedicated physician recruiter for Norfolk General Hospital and beyond. So my thought this afternoon, in the remaining 4.5 minutes or so, is I'll just provide you with some introductory comments. I know all of you have the briefing that was provided back in September. Carolyn will go through that with you, and then we're happy to entertain any questions that you might have, Your Worship, or any member of Council. So as you keenly know, recruiting, just like recruiting for staff here at the county, requires a great degree of time, patience, hard work as it relates to cultivating the right person, and not just, as you know, a warm body. And, we hear each and every day, not only in our great province of Ontario, but pan-Canada and all, the globe for that matter, just in terms of the lack of a pipeline for primary care practitioners. And recently, you might be aware that the government has appointed Jane Philpott to really lead the charge with regards to primary care. Those initiatives under Jane's sage leadership will most certainly will bear a lot of fruit, but it'll take time. They're not going to happen overnight. And as we all know, the importance of having an optimal primary care practitioner base for Norfolk County really cannot be overemphasized. If you take a look at the number of practitioners in Norfolk County, there's 17,000 primary care practitioners in Ontario, 34 of those 17,000 practice in our great county. And there's approximately, there's a debate about the percentage, but about 17% of residents within Norfolk County are not rostered to a primary care practitioner at this point in time. So by default, as you can appreciate, through no fault of their own, because of those people don't have access to a primary care practitioner, the default for them is to utilize the emergency department. And we've seen a continued burgeoning demand for ED services, not only at Norfolk General Hospital, but also at West Haldeman Hospital for the past number of years. And there's a lot of literature that's out there about the implications of having an inadequate primary care practitioner base. It's well documented. And for us, as an organization and for the county, it's been a persistent challenge, also for Canada, for a number of years. The other thing I'd just like to comment on, when I think about the 17,000 primary care practitioners in the province, regardless of where you are in rural Ontario, there's a significant maldistribution of primary care practitioners compared to our urban counterparts. And the other reality is, the stark reality, is that the market for primary care practitioners is highly competitive and is global. So under Carolyn's sage leadership, before I go there, I'd also like to acknowledge CAO Menezes as well as a General Manager Van Dyke with regards to their leadership, with regards to the Norfolk Primary Care Working Group. We've enjoyed a phenomenal partnership between the hospital, primary care, and the county, and really want to just point that out and celebrate them for their leadership with regards to taking up the torch with regards to primary care. For us as a county, we all know Norfolk County has a lot of appealing characteristics, but again, the demand is incredible for that very finite resource in the province of Ontario. So I'm going to turn over to Carolyn. Carolyn's going to provide you with some highlights with regards to the proposal. We're happy to entertain any questions, recognizing that primary care recruitment is a shared responsibility from my perspective amongst a variety of different partners. And one could argue, in fact, that from a hospital perspective, primary care isn't our shtick. But at the end of the day, we really feel compelled that given Carolyn's role and the role of the hospital, really leading in collaboration with the county, the urgency of trying to recruit additional primary care practitioners for the betterment of our residents. Thank you, Worship, and I'll let Carolyn take over.
And you have about 1 minute remaining. We do have unlimited time for questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Martin and Council. So I've been in the recruitment role for 14 years for the hospital, and there's been major changes that are happening recently and over the years. One of the biggest changes, I guess, for myself is joining SOPRA, which is the Southern Ontario Physician Recruiters Alliance. Since our inception in November of 2023, we have joined together, and we are collectively recruiting across the US and internationally. It is the responsibility for each recruiter to try and attend to events. At this time, we already have 1,000 candidates in our job bank. However, the majority of these candidates can be local, but a lot of them are from the UK. I'm not sure if you are aware, but 40% of the students in med school in the UK are Canadians. The reason for that is, which is another great change that they've just made, the students would receive their letter of acceptance from med schools. Canada's would be last. So any student, we have a number of local students in the area that are attending med school. One of them texted me in the summer that she got into the UK. I'm like, however, we are making progress. The progress is going to be slow. It's going to take some time. But recruitment has significantly changed. Bringing in doctors internationally requires a labor market impact analysis, which is an LMIA in our world. These are labor intensive. So for recruiters working with these physicians, you have to work with immigration, you have to fill out 20-some pages, it can be rejected, and then you have to start all over again. They take 4 to 6 months.
I'm sorry, Carolyn, I'm going to have to shut
perfect.
you off there just so we're equitable with everyone else, unless the counselor has some. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I wonder if there's anything further in your presentation that's really pertinent that we should hear today.
Nope, I don't think so.
Councillor Van den Drieschie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I'm interested in, I was listening to your last comments there, and the recruiting of international, I guess they're doctors by that point in time. When you mentioned that somebody went and were successful in being in the UK to attend medical school, would it be hard for them to come back and become a doctor in Ontario? If they're from here, they're not international.
No, for a Canadian, it is not, no.
No. So do we promote that? Is there any way of saying that we encourage you to go to med school wherever you can get in, but we're welcoming you back, right, and do that sort of thing? Is right. There's a program for that?
That's the intent with SOPRA, with having many recruiters covering globally. Mm-hmm. The hashtag is, we want you back.
Okay.
Canadians, we want you back.
So my curiosity is, this is the hospital. So when you're recruiting, and you've been here for a few years recruiting, do you recruit, in the past, did you recruit solely for the hospital or for the area?
I've never recruited solely for the hospital. It's been hospital plus family medicine. So when I attend a recruitment event at Western University or McMaster University or Ottawa University, I don't go to Western or McMaster to recruit a surgeon or an anesthetist. They're all family medicine physicians.
Family medicine that have privileges at the hospital?
Not necessarily.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
No, it's whatever they're interested in. Sorry.
No, I was just going to add. It's a great question. I only to elaborate on Carolyn's comment. So when Carolyn attends with a multitude of other people these job fairs, right? As she mentioned, she's there promoting, if you will, and being a great ambassador for Norfolk County. So we may have a need, say, for an anesthetist, but as Carolyn said, a lot of the students that come through are actually interested in family medicine or primary care. So, of course, she promotes that and tries to entice them, of course, to come to Norfolk as well.
So there is a fair amount of students that their discipline would be family medicine?
Absolutely.
Oh, there is, and I'm hearing differently from other sources. So, and what areas, how do you promote? Like, what do you say? Oh, come to Delhi, or come to Simcoe, or come to wherever. How do you promote?
Actually, usually the first question is, what are you interested in? Because you can talk all day long, but if it's something that they're not interested, you're just going to lose their attention.
Yes, absolutely.
So you would ask them what they're interested in, and if they're interested in family medicine plus Emerge, I say we have a mentorship program in our Emerge. If you're interested in family medicine plus anesthesia, we can offer family medicine plus anesthesia. We also are promoting a new type of family practice because, as you know, a lot of family practice physicians do not want to do solely family practice because of the burnout.
Yeah.
So we had a couple of family physicians in our community that were very successful in offering a practice share. So it gave them the opportunity to be in the office 1 week, and then whatever their other interest was, whether it was Emerge, hospitalist, they would do in the other week. But it also gave them somebody to cover their office if they wanted to have vacation. It's definitely a work-life balance, so it's definitely worked in our community, so it's something that I also promote. There's other areas like our hospital, we have family medicine physicians that practice obstetrics. That doesn't happen in every community. So if I'm at Western's job fair where it's strictly family medicine, so PGY 1s and 2s, which are postgraduate, they're completing their residency, they're going to graduate, and someone goes to the St. Thomas booth and they say, you know, I'm looking for family medicine obstetrics, they say, go see Carolyn. We are a collegial group because if a physician goes to a community and isn't happy, they will leave.
Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to the deputation. First, thanks for being here and thanks for sharing this information. I guess for me, the really important question that I'm trying to sort of find an answer to, and I've heard from residents as well, regarding the funding that you're looking for. I think the struggle that I'm having is that it seems to me like this is work that you do anyway, by the sounds of it. And what I'm trying to understand is how is it different? You know, what funding you get to do that work already, and for lack of a better way of saying it, why do you need our money?
Yeah. So thanks very much, Councillor Duthie. I appreciate that. So I'll answer the question in the reverse chronology in which you posed it. So in terms of funding, hospitals in general, and I'll just speak for NGH and West Haldeman, we receive $0 to recruit. Whether it's surgeons, anesthetists, primary care, we take it out of our base budget, if you will, because for us it's a strategic priority, right? And it's about the betterment for the community, right, or for the county. So to your second question, with regards to what's new, or if we're already doing this, so currently 100% of the costs, right, are being borne or incurred, if you will, by NGH, right, with regards to recruitment. So when Carolyn attends conferences, or sorry, not conferences, but job fairs, as an example, and NGH promotes the county, she takes NGH information. And the briefing note, one of the things that she had there was like branding material, right? So Carolyn went out, and we now have professionally done banners with regards to NGH and to Norfolk, right, about promoting the county. We don't promote Simcoe now, and the reason I say that is I'll never forget my first 2 months here, there was a physician I was speaking to who said, when I was contemplating coming to Simcoe, he said, I wasn't contemplating coming to Simcoe, Norfolk County, right? And that was an aha moment that I had with economic development, right? And tourism around need to better promote Norfolk County, right? And it may not seem like a strategic issue, but it actually is, right? In terms of that branding and that marketing of the county, and your staff do an incredible job. Our job is to try and assist in that and also be great ambassadors and cheerleaders for Norfolk County. So again, those costs are 100% borne by us. And when Al and Heidi reached out to the committee to say, do you have any reflections or any suggestions as to how some of the money could be spent or allocated or dispersed, if you will, Carolyn and I had touched base and said, yeah, let's put this together, because what it does is it does two things from our perspective. One, it increases the knowledge of council as to what's currently taking place in terms of recruitment initiatives, and it's not all encompassing. But secondly, it also allowed the committee, if you will, to also put their eyes on it and to support it as well before it went back to to CAO Meneses and to Heidi. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, sort of. Thank you for that. I guess, and look, I'll start by saying, access to better and more healthcare is foundational for me, so I'm not suggesting otherwise. How will your approach be different then with these funds? Yeah,
so I think and I'll let Carolyn chime in as well. So from an NGH perspective, with regards to the funds, that would offset some of the costs we're already incurring, but what it'll also allow us to do is to do more, right? So there are a plethora of job fairs that a recruiter could be going to. Carolyn's been, bless her heart, right? She's been a mainstay and a godsend for me in the 2.5 years I've been there, but she's been part-time. So her replacement is actually going to be full-time recruiter with regards to NGH, as well as, again, right, that umbrella of Norfolk County. And I think the other thing it's going to allow us to do is continue to work collaboratively with the working group, which we already do, and with the county and tourism and economic development to say, okay, what else could we be doing, right, as a county and as an NGH with regards to, again, promoting, because a lot of and Carolyn can speak to this much more eloquently than I can, but it's like anybody else that's applying for a job. So when we bring a physician in, as an example, physicians aren't necessarily all coming from, the catchment area. We've brought in physicians and their spouses and their families, because you have to cultivate them, right? You're not only recruiting the physician, you're recruiting the spouse and the family. So we bring physicians in from BC, as an example, Manitoba, just recently, right? And all over, in terms of, again, better promoting Norfolk County and giving them firsthand experience and exposure, right, to what the county has to offer, because a lot of times, just like anybody else applying for a job, they're kicking the tires, right? So they're saying, okay, I want a community quality of life, right? What's the working conditions going to be like? What's the hospital, right? What kind of scope of services are offered at the hospital? Tell me about the school system, right? So Carolyn does all of that, right? So Carolyn does the site visits, the tours, does it in collaboration with realtors, et cetera, right? So, but I think there's a greater opportunity, to your point, about working even more collaboratively with the working group as well as with county staff.
Thanks for that. I think where I was really going is I don't want to pay you to do something you're already doing. I want to see that money put into something that can really propel us forward.
Well, I
Councillor
feel
Berry.
like, sorry, I feel like you did.
I'm going to ask a similar question, but a different way. Any money that Norfolk County gives you, does it go on top of what you're already spending, or do you put some of that money back into your budget because you're now being funded by Norfolk County to do this work?
Yeah, so a very simple answer. So it would go towards recruitment.
That's not what I asked you, though. What I asked you is if this is going to be additional on top of what you're already spending, or does it replace money that you are spending and you'll put that money back into your budget?
Yeah, so the money wouldn't go into the coffers, if you will. The money would be spent on recruitment initiatives going forward.
Sorry, Councillor Berry's asking if we give you $100,000 for physician recruitment, are you taking your $100,000 you currently spend on physician recruitment and doubling that to $200,000, or are you taking your $100,000 and
So
then
that
using it elsewhere?
$100,000, right, is a portion of what we spend. We spend probably close to $500,000 on recruitment. Let me finish, just so you know. So that $100,000 or $100,000 or a portion of the $100,000 would go towards augmenting that, Your Worship.
Councillor Brennan.
Interesting. You have a very large budget, I assume. When you talk about recruitment and you say about $500,000 for recruitment, who funds that? Yeah, but who funds it?
The hospital.
Province?
Well, no, so the province gives us zero money for recruitment.
They do, okay.
They do. Just like recruitment, say for a housekeeper or a nurse practitioner, right? Any recruitment costs are borne 100% by the hospital.
Okay, so what you're saying is you budget $500,000 of money that you get through fundraising? Or it's got to come from someplace.
Yeah, so it comes out of the global budget for the organization, so it's about prioritization, right? Just like when the county prioritizes all of its projects and its initiatives and its departments,
Yeah.
we also recognize the importance of recruitment as well as retention.
Yeah, we only have one funder, that's the taxpayer.
Yeah.
So that's my point. Like, do you receive a lot of funding from the province? I assume you do for your operation.
Yeah, so about 90, like most hospitals, about 92% of our total revenue
Okay.
is by the provincial government.
Okay, so the other 8% is basically through fundraising?
So the other 8%, give or take, is through out-of-country billing, out-of-province billing, WSIB, some private ward accommodations, parking revenue, as an example, cafeteria revenue, and then fundraising is a separate center outside of the budget. Because the fundraising, when I think about the NGH Foundation, who does laudable work for us as our official fundraising arm, they raise money for capital replenishment, patient care equipment.
Okay, but you say 92% is taxpayer money, basically.
Give or take, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
I'm going to try it too. You say that you spend roughly $500,000 on recruitment, but that's including recruitment of somebody new to mop the floors, somebody work in the cafeteria, new nurses, new everything.
Yeah,
And
so-
I guess that would be the question, if you got another 100,000,
Yeah.
is that going to make it so that there's more emphasis on also recruiting family doctors for Norfolk County, not
can answer that.
specifically for NGH? That's the question.
Well, I feel that there is a lot more that can be done with recruiting with family physicians in a part-time role. There's only so much that you can do. I'm also facilitating, I'm probably not answering the question the way Todd would, but I'm also facilitating the whole medical education program. So in the last 10 years, we've recruited 9 family physicians to this community through the education programs, through our local physicians that are precepting. So there's more that can be done, but there's only so much that can be done part-time, right? So our community is at a disadvantage. We lost a lot of our funding when they changed our RIO score, when they changed it from 40 to 20, so we no longer qualify for locum incentive programs. We don't qualify for practice-ready physicians. The RIO score, so is our reality index. And so what happens is that the community, we are based on population density. The proximity to the next tertiary center, which is Brantford. So basically, because we are so close to Brantford, we are almost penalized. So we don't receive any extra funding for, if a physician wants to come in and locum for another physician, they'll say to me, do you have locum funding? No, we don't, because of our RIO score. Practice-ready physicians are physicians that are fully licensed. They're in our community, working as executive assistants in various physician offices, and they need to go through the exams, and they go through, it's called practice ready, and we don't qualify for those physicians either, and these physicians want to work. We don't qualify because of our RIO index. So there's other communities, rural communities that are similar to ours, that that could actually, we could benefit from them. There maybe needs to be more of a voice for Norfolk County advocating to have our RIO index looked at once again, but it's a competitive market. So I'm part-time, the position needs to be full-time so that more can be done.
So saying that, for the benefit of the residents of Norfolk County, if the county had $100,000 that they didn't know what to do with, would we be better off to fund some more political lobbying to change the rules as opposed to what you're already doing on the individual level with the doctors? Where would you get the best bang for the buck?
Yeah, good question. Thank you for that. So, do you mind?
No.
Okay. So, with regards to answering that question, I don't think, say the county had, $100,000, right, to turn over. Would I propose that it be utilized for advocacy? Carolyn talked about the RIO score, which is actually, it's very impactful for us and other communities that are in a similar situation. Will that change? I'm not sure. But I do think, to answer your question, I firmly believe that this is really about the spirit of collaboration between the county, the hospital, the primary care working group, working collectively, which we have been, and looking at, okay, what can we do to differentiate ourselves in Norfolk County to become the destination of choice, right, for primary care practitioners in the province? Because if you look at if you were just to look at what other communities or counties are doing, as Carolyn said, the competition is intense for that very scarce resource of a primary care practitioner, right? So again, what's the differentiator? And one, it's quality of life, for sure, right? Quality of life is absolutely key, and Carolyn talked about that as it relates to some of the practice changes that some family physicians are interested in. And then it's also about not only quality of life, but it's also quality of my professional work life, right? So again, it's about that differentiator. And a lot of times, as we've seen in our respective careers, it's about relationships too, right? So word of mouth is absolutely of paramount importance, right? So if you have a physician, as an example, that's practicing in Norfolk County, and they're having an incredible experience, positive experience with their families and their professional work life, they're probably the best opportunity to recruit, right, friends and counterparts to consider relocating to the area, right, because they're giving them that vote of confidence with regards to the practice opportunity and the quality of life in the area.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What all job fairs do you attend, and do you ever take volunteers like retired doctors with you to assist in pursuing someone to come to our area?
Through Madam Mayor. I attend the Western event, the Ottawa event, the McMaster event. This year I attended a recruitment fair in Buffalo, and then as well as Kansas City. No, I have never brought another retired physician with me to a job fair. Most of the recruiters do not.
They do not. I recall I sat on the recruitment program for the Delhi Health Center, and it was quite beneficial to have some volunteers that knew the medical business to come along. So I don't know, you might want to just try that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great suggestion.
Councillor Van Andriesche.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. My curiosity is when you go to the job fairs and you try to promote, and Delhi does have a medical center there, do you promote that building? Do you promote that there's space available, or do you work with them to advertise to those potential doctors to come to Norfolk that there is facilities prepared, everything's ready. Does that work that way? Because at the end of the day, I'm going to be totally honest with you. Most of the people, I guess I would have to say west of the 59 go to Tillsonburg because that's closest to us. So we do usually have medical practice in Tillsonburg. So as far as I'm concerned, where I am, I'd like to make sure that Delhi is well staffed because it is close enough for those on the west side.
Oh, 100%. And I'm in communication with Lori Yu quite often. Also talking about accommodations as well for the med students that are coming into the area, which is a huge issue for us. And that's another thing that the hospital has been subsidizing is the accommodations for med students so we can keep them in the area instead of them commuting back and forth. But 100%. So I have to be very careful when I'm setting up a site visit so that I stay unbiased because each community needs to be recognized. However, there are areas where there's no more spots, right? So Delhi has a very large footprint right now that I know there's vacancy. I've already been in communication with Lori, so it's on my radar. But I have to be unbiased, right? Because we have Waterford, we have Delhi, we have Port Dover, we have Simcoe. So it's ultimately the decisions of the physician, but I can show them all the options. Mm-hmm. Plus, I also show them where the schools are, set up interviews for their kids at the different schools and, that sort of thing.
So out of curiosity, would there be those doctors with potential of setting up their own practices not in a clinic or a center that they would, like the old days, the
standalone?
Standalone?
No.
We don't have that anymore.
No, and they don't want to practice that way. No, especially the new grads. Even, Dr. One of the physicians that came to the area within the last 5 years, seasoned, well-experienced, was a teaching physician at another center community, still wanted to work with another physician in collaboration.
Right.
It's just,
and I can understand and appreciate that.
It's sharing office space, sharing office staff, it's having somebody cover you if there's a life emergency. They have emergencies in their life as well, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, if I could just elaborate on that. So that's a phenomenal question because when we think about how the evolution of primary care has gone over the course of the past 20, 30 years. So you have the days of the primary care solo practitioner, right? As like Carolyn said, has gone the way of the dinosaur, right? It's become extinct. And physicians now are working in family health teams as an example for a variety of reasons. And the funding models are different as well, right? But depending upon what primary care model you are practicing in. But with regards to Delhi, and Carolyn's absolutely right, so we both keep in touch with Lori on a regular basis. So, Lori, as an example, gave us a copy of the floor plans, if you will, because physicians are looking for turnkey operations, right? And Delhi affords a physician or a group of physicians or nurse practitioners, right, an incredible opportunity, right, from a ready-to-build perspective. Right? And they actually have a considerable amount, as you know, of shelf space as well that hasn't been built up yet, right? So to Carolyn's point, yes, she promotes everything, and it's left up to the decision of the respective physician, where in fact he or she, right, would like to hang their shingle. That's right. Thank you.
Have I missed anyone? Councillor Duthie.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. I just need to ask one more time. If the budget's $500,000 and you get our money, is the budget $600,000 or the budget's still $500,000?
Yeah. So the budget isn't $5. That's just what we spend. Okay. So there actually is no budget. That's just money that we commit every year with regards, because it fluctuates every year depending upon need, right? And because approaches change, and every approach is different with every physician. So to answer your question, part of that would be used to offset some of our existing costs, like SOPRA. As Carolyn said, SOPRA is about $30,000, right? And that, as Carolyn said, that's a newly formed organization in the Southwest where they're going to all of these fairs, right, which benefit the county, if you will. So be to offset some of that. But part of the funds would also be used to infuse new initiatives over and above what we spend, if that helps. Or whatever it is, yes. Thank you.
I have a couple questions. The first one is not related to physician recruitment dollars, but while I have you here, Carolyn, I would love to just pick your brain briefly. What is the feedback, if you were to summarize into the top 3 major points you hear from healthcare professionals, physicians, as to why they are not coming to Norfolk County?
That's a great question. That's not actually something that they share. Usually what happens with physicians when you've been working with them for a year or more, you just don't hear from them anymore. You know, because we laugh about it all the time. Us recruiters laugh about it all the time. We call it crickets. All of a sudden it's crickets.
They ghost you.
Yeah, so I do know the one particular family that Todd was talking about that we brought from another province. We were a little bit too rural for them. Their kids were both involved in competitive pickleball, and we didn't have that here. So, you know, I could try and find reasons all day long. I know it was shocking to us. It was shocking to us. So
we're pickleball capital of Ontario. I'm sure of it. Okay, yeah, that I would be very interested. I know you're retiring, but that information I think would provide a lot of value to council. Is it amenities for the children? Is it amenities for the spouse? Is it housing? Is it what is it? So that it's something we can do our part on collectively.
I do try to work with the physicians as soon as you're in conversation with them. I'm asking, does your spouse need employment? What are they looking at? Can they work remotely? That sort of thing. Previously, when they had CARMS, which is the Canadian residency, so it's when the med students they're applying to go into residency, and they apply all over the place, and they used to invite the recruiters to go. And there was a student that was looking at the Grand Area Six Nations residency program in Brantford that we are a part of, luckily, thank goodness. And I actually had a job for his spouse before he even was accepted into the program. So.
Okay, thank you for that. So if I go back to the dollars specifically, what assurances does council have that the dollars won't be spent on closing the gap between the part-time and the full-time employee? What assurances will council receive that these dollars are going to be spent on physician recruitment exercises, whether that's advertising or attending events, but not to the operations?
So let me alleviate any concerns, Your Worship. So I can tell you definitively those dollars won't be spent because we've already made the decision with regards to Carolyn's replacement that it's full-time. And in fact, the person just started Monday.
Okay, great, thank you. So what type of reporting do you have on your success of recruitment? You've mentioned 9 physicians. So what does that look like, and what would council receive in return for making an investment in this programming?
Well, I truly feel that it's the branding, it's the community needs to be represented more often, more than what's being done right now, through events, more events than I've been able to attend. And
I guess, more specifically, yeah. Carolyn, I'm asking about you kind of checking in with council and reporting back on your your successor on the successes of some type of accountability measure that we can share with the public. This is what your tax dollars.
Yeah. Which is going to be difficult. It will be very, very difficult. We've had many successes, and I think the issue is that the physicians come in so slowly. But I mean, we've recruited 9. Right, through this program, family medicine, the Grand Area Six Nations program, but also we've recruited other family physicians, but it's just something that I've never done. I don't take their picture with myself and post it on Facebook. I've always kind of kept behind the scenes. So my new counterpart, I hope, is willing to do that.
So the nine you've collected, how long, over how many years?
I would say within the last 7 years.
Okay.
But I mean, we've certainly recruited way more physicians than that. I would just say that that's through the residency program. So by being involved in these programs and offering all the medical student placements, which we are subsidizing the housing for now, getting more and more students, and their life is no different than us. If we go to a great restaurant, what do? We tell our friends. So same thing with rural medicine. I know there's a little bit of controversy whether it's needed or not needed, but when I went to Ottawa, the med students, the residents there were saying, oh, you know, our friends came down to Norfolk for Rural Medicine Week. They had a great time, beautiful area, you know, that sort of thing. It's all word of mouth.
So maybe I can ask Todd if council wants to go into a partnership and release the funds, what can we expect from you on a reporting measure? Are you able to come back to council and demonstrate what it was spent on and how it?
Yeah, so I think, Your Worship, in follow-up to your question you posed to Carolyn, I think completely reasonable for us to come back either through the Norfolk Primary Care Working Group or directly through the CAO, as an example, or this council, in terms of providing, say, an annual report, because it does, as Carolyn said, this is a cultivation, right? It takes time, and you know, we could highlight all the initiatives that we've undertaken, but it may not bear fruit, say, in 3 months or 6 months, as an example. But happy to provide a report, written or in person or both, back to this body or to the CAO or to the working group, Madam, Your Worship. Sorry.
And in that report, if it is the will of council, I would really be interested in having all of the hurdles documented. So if there is an advocacy effort that council can take, we can execute on that. Okay, so then the specifics of the program in the staff report, I believe it's your staff report, you've listed the recruitment events, medical students and placements, housing support, Rural Medicine Week, and advertising. And I wanted to ask a couple of questions of maybe the two of you. Sure. So the first is the federal government has a new program for student debt relief. Eligible medical professions, family doctor, family medicine resident, registered nurse, registered psych nurse, registered practical nurse, licensed practical nurse, or nurse practitioner. It has a pretty specific eligibility criteria, and I've confirmed with MP Lewis that we are eligible. So, you know, one strategy for council to consider is to give you $106,000, and the other is to match loan forgiveness. And we keep the money and work on, you know. So I guess my first question is, are you interested in doing something different that would give council a bit more specific scope as we dabble in a partnership with you, as opposed to all of the things you've listed? What do you think about that?
Yeah, so 100% to explore that. I'll turn over to Carolyn, who can speak a little bit more, if you don't mind, Your Worship.
Sure.
So actually, we've been, that program has been in effect for, I'm going to say, like 13 years, because I did a site visit, I believe it was 12 or 13 years ago, with a couple, both family physicians. They both would have qualified. That's the $40,000 in student loan forgiveness. That's been around for a number of years. The issue is, if the students switch their loan to a line of credit, they no longer qualify. So this couple that would have been forgiven for $40,000, $80,000 combined, didn't qualify because it's not being promoted in the schools when they're in their training. And it's been a huge issue for us recruiters to let them know that, to tell them when they're in school, if you have any inkling at all, if you want to work in a rural community, that pay the penalty, pay the extra interest, don't switch your loan over. But we have had physicians that have already benefited from that. I totally agree with your proposal because there wouldn't be strings such as, if the loan's been converted to a line of credit, you don't qualify. It's such a disappointment for students that actually, or residents, physicians when they graduate, once they get here and then they are interested and then they don't qualify. So it's a great idea.
There's something that's changed, and I don't know the ins and outs of this program, but this is as of November 13th. This is new specifically for rural Ontario, so I'm not sure if it's limited at the $30,000 or $40,000 that you've spoken of. It's 200 new communities that now qualify for this. This is a brand new program, or expanded scope of a program.
Okay. Well, it's always been available for family physicians, nurse practitioners, RNs, and RPNs. So maybe it's the
Additional physician,
yes.
or okay. And then additional communities eligibility. Okay. Then my second thought is, one of the conversations that we had as council when this first report came before us was kind of closer on the heels of the US election. And another strategy that was discussed was, $100,000 in dedicated funding across the border.
100%. When I was in Kansas City, the enthusiasm was overwhelming for us Canadian recruiters to be recruiting in the States. I actually shared this example with Todd, that we had a physician that actually still owns property in Ancaster. She's actually a teaching physician, teaches residents, and she says, Canada will always be my home, and I can't wait to share with all my residents that they can go back without writing the $8,000 or $10,000 exams that were required previously. So it's making it easier for Canadians to come back because they've eliminated the expense of the exams. They've eliminated the exams for also US physicians. It's just goes back to the LMIAs that have to be done. So, but it's overwhelming because they'll come to our booth, they'll leave, then they'll come back with more Canadians, or do you know what I mean? They're just so very proud to see us there recruiting across the border. We currently have 2 US trained Canadian physicians working in our emergency department. So happy to be there, and have referred other physicians. Once again, it's word of mouth. But this is the thing. There's an event in Brooklyn, the end of January. Every single month of the calendar year 2025, there is an event to attend. It's dollars. And, taking those dollars out of patient care is difficult for me. As I said, I did not ask Todd to even go to the UK. Last year, they held an event strictly for Canadian recruiters. Nobody else was invited. The one-day event was in Dublin, and then the next day in Manchester. But how do you take more money away from patient care? There's an event every single month that can be gone. New York City, Brooklyn, Detroit, Boston. Did the Buffalo, got stranded in Detroit. So, and Dr. Philpott is actually presenting at the Casper conference to all the recruiters in April. So they're very anxious. That hasn't been publicly announced. They're very anxious to have her undivided attention there and to finally get a voice for the recruiters.
Okay, those are all of the questions that I had. Is anything else come up while I was chatting? All right, thank you both for coming today. We'll get to that staff report a little bit later. Okay, mover and a seconder, please, to receive the deputation as information. Councillor Van Passen and Councillor Van Andrieschie, all in favor? That's carried. Oh, we're getting to it right now. Staff report, CS 24-173, physician recruitment. Ms. Van Dyke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Council, and I would like to thank Todd and Carolyn for being here today, and for them presenting their information and answering questions. Just as a reminder to council, the recommendations within this report are to support the request from Norfolk General Hospital in the amount of $106,000 to be paid from the funds previously allocated by Council for Physician Recruitment, and that the remaining county funds in the amount of $144,000 be retained for future recruitment activities pending the outcome of the additional work that the province is doing through their primary care action team. I also think that there could be an avenue for some advocacy around the Practice Ready Ontario program that Carolyn mentioned. It was recently announced by the province that there will be, through this program, there will be 100 new physicians ready to practice medicine in Ontario in 2025 in rural and northern communities, and that those 100 physicians could support up to 120,000 patients in the province. So if we could be deemed eligible for that program, that is another avenue for us to get physicians here to Norfolk County. And on the issue of reporting, certainly we will continue as staff to work with the hospital to bring forth reporting to council should this recommendation be approved, so that council is aware of how the funds are being spent and the outcomes that we are achieving through that partnership. And with that, Your Worship, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Van Passen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Quick question. I don't know if this is a typo or what, but the request was for 100,000 and we're offering to give them 106. I'm wondering why that is.
Madam Mayor, I will just need to double check the appendix of the report. I thought that I had taken that number straight from their briefing note. So if I could just have a moment to double check.
Yeah, take your time, Heidi.
So, Madam Mayor, if I could just direct council's attention to page 3 of the briefing note from Norfolk General Hospital, the bottom of the page, it has a total of $106,000. So that is where I received the amount from.
I looked at the bottom of page 4 where it says Norfolk General Hospital is requesting $100,000 from Norfolk County's budgeted physician recruitment.
You're both correct. Page 3 says 106, page 4 says...
I know we're nice people, but if they only ask for 100, you don't give them a tip, right?
All right, we'll leave that up to council when we debate, I suppose. Go ahead.
With that being said, I would move the staff recommendation, but I want to edit the number from 106 down to 100. So, and the 144 would become 150.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Duthie. Debate and discussion. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I seconded this motion. I will support it. I think we need to do something. I am not fully convinced that this is it, if I'm being very honest. I still have some questions related to sort of what the money will be used for. That said, I appreciate that the committee has worked very hard to get us to this stage. I believe and trust in what the hospital is trying to do. I had wished for some more concrete answers to some of the questions that were asked today. So I feel like I'm taking a little bit of a leap of faith here, but we need to do something, and I'm going to lay my trust in the subject matter experts.
Any other council members want to enter debate? And I can't quite see. No, we're good on those two. I have a couple, I guess, comments. So maybe it's for the mover and the seconder. In the support of the $100,000, are you committing to the financial breakdown that's attached on page 3, less $6,000? It's the cost associated with the program, with physician recruitment. And so it says, you know, as an example, $5,000 in swag, recruitment banners, and gifts. Rural Medicine Week, $8,000. So are you specific to that allocation of the dollars, Councillor Van Passen?
No, I am in line with what Councillor Duthie just said. We have to do something. I considered that an example of things they have done in the past, but we want to try something different. We got to have some faith in them. There is a committee that has members of county staff that discuss it, but I just considered that report or that letter is past experience. We want to try something new, and we'll give them a little leeway to figure out what that is. So if the seconder agrees with sort of that comment, then we'll just leave it there, and we'll get reports back from our staff a little more on a regular basis, I hope, on some new ideas, and maybe they've picked up a few new ideas from the questions that were asked today. So
That doesn't answer my question. So you're okay if they deviate from what's in print, but you're also okay if they spend it exactly as suggested?
well, let's try something, right? So.
Okay. All right, then, my comments are as follows. I too will support it because I think it's an important initiative, but I'm not really pleased with the list here, to be frank. We also have comments in our staff report that create some hesitancy, and those comments come from that committee that isn't entirely sure that this is the best plan forward either. I would have liked to see something a bit more innovative. I would have liked to see something that leveraged an existing program where we could get better bang for our buck, $2 for every one we spend. And I didn't see that, and I didn't hear that today. I'm also concerned that it's going to be an ongoing, reoccurring expense because the funds are they weren't asked for outright all at once. And while that might be okay, I again would like to see it spent differently to produce some different results, and I didn't hear that today either. There are some interesting things in the work with the government that could help them leverage dollars, and I'm not interested in spending taxpayer money on swag and recruitment banners. I think even these recruitment events probably could be done a little bit differently given what's happening in the political climate. We spoke about advertising in the state specifically. We've leveraged dollars from relief. I also didn't hear anything about a local approach. Like I don't know, is there some program that we have that's upskilling local residents that already live here and already know the benefit of living in Norfolk? So I will support it because, again, even if it's one physician that we recruit, it's an investment worthwhile. But if a report comes back and it outlines the exact same things listed here, I don't think that I'll be putting any dollars or investment towards that in the future. And additionally, I don't even actually want our staff making staff reports. This shouldn't be something that we're burdening municipal staff with. This should be coming from the hospital. They should be presenting and delegating as they did today in a transparent and open manner, while the committee does a lot of work behind the scenes, and that's great, and I am glad our staff is a part of it. It should not be staff-led initiatives. This is not a municipal responsibility that we are now partnering on. So with that, I will call the question. The motion is on the screen before you. We received the report as information that council approved the request from Norfolk General Hospital to support physician recruitment efforts in the amount of $100,000 to be paid from funds previously allocated by council for physician recruitment, and further that remaining county funds in the amount of $150,000 be retained for future physician recruitment activities pending the outcome of the province primary care action. And Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
I was just voting, sorry.
Oh, good, okay. All in favor? It's carried. Opposed? Motion's carried. We have no presentations and we have no items of communication. Yes, we do. Sorry, 2 items of communication. 8.1 is Long Point Region Conservation Authority, and 8.2, we have a emergency management letter from the Deputy Minister and Commissioner of Emergency Management. Mover and a seconder, please, to receive both as information. Councillor Duthie and Brunton, all in favor? Carried, thanks. Approval of the minutes. I'm looking for a motion to approve. Councillor Michelli, did you want to pull something? You're happy to move it? Okay. 9.1, council meeting minutes, November 19th, 2024. 9.2, special council meeting minutes, December 3rd. 9.3, council workshop minutes, November 26th. Moved by Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie. All in favor? Carried. Reports of Committee of the Whole. Councillor Van Passen has requested to pull agenda item 10.2 to discuss Norfolk County as the pickleball capital of Ontario. Turkey Point Pickleball Court, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. Pulled the draft budget. I'd like to make one little amendment to it. The item number 7332613 is for pickleball court in Turkey Point, scheduled in 2026. And I'd like to move that to 2025. It's my understanding that we had a bunch of deputations here from the community when we had the budget meeting. They have gone out in less than 2 weeks. They've got commitments for approximately $85,000 from residents to help support the construction of a pickleball site. And I understand that they will be filling out our paperwork for a community-led initiatives program that we have. And by adjusting from 2026 to 2025, that sort of allows them to proceed with that. You know, I understand we should still wait for the overall rec master plan, all of those things, but it will, if they fill out the paperwork, it allows our staff to work with the group to see whether there is any potential to make it fit in 2025, and they can work at it. If it doesn't come to fruition in 2025, then the money's still there and can always be spent later. But it also shows a little bit of commitment on the county's part that we're willing to work with the community if they want to bring forward their own initiative and put their own dollars on the table. So that is my request. And I did talk to the treasurer, and a couple of weeks ago, moving $120,000 by 1 year is not a major problem, and I doubt it's much more than a rounding error in the budget. So I think we could not get in too much trouble from Ms. Fanning. So.
Okay, just for clarity, you have pulled item 10.2 to discuss number 7332613, which is Turkey Point Pickleball, and you're putting a motion on the floor to ask that that be moved to 2025 from 2026. Is there a seconder? Councillor Duthie. Councillor Berry?
Thanks, Mayor. I have just a question of clarity to Councillor Van Passen. And I have no problem with this, just as a preface. But when we last left this, I think I'm sure you had suggested that maybe doing this in Victoria instead as a way to make everybody mad, remember? Is this, do you still want pickleball in Victoria at some point, or is this going to be it? Like, I just want to, where are we going with this overall? Like, what is the total plan here? I just want to be clear before I vote.
My understanding is like this doesn't change. There is a budgeted amount to fix the courts. It's a multi-use court in Victoria. That needs to be fixed. Like, it has deteriorated a lot faster than anybody expected. It's almost to the point where, you know, it's borderline being unsafe. It's got to get fixed. Whether that's an option, there is a definite demand in Turkey Point itself, and the residents are willing to put their money on, like 50% of the funding would come from the residents. But it's not just a simple matter of saying, yes, we'll do that. You know, that parkette where we had a little bit of pushback from some other neighbors. It's also close to a provincially significant wetland. We'd have to make sure that we'd be allowed to put it there even. So this would at least allow them to investigate all those options. And, you know, the option of doing Victoria, that's still there, but I know the residents of Turkey Point would much rather have it in their own community, not 10 clicks up the road. So,
okay, thank you. Love it. Let's do it.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions. One, I recall the deputations, and I believe Councilor Van Passen's right. It's the hazard land or wetlands that has to be addressed. And did they not find artifacts and concerns with species at risk? I guess, where does all that come into the picture? Who who's going to deal with that? The group down there, or are they expecting us to do that?
Oh, I think it's our property, so we'd have to deal with that when it happens, but this is just advancing it to the next step so staff can begin investigating. And keeps fundraising dollars on the table.
So our staff will do all that.
If it was our park bill, you would, or, yes. Yep, follow the same process, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, through you. I have a bit of difficulty with this, with the fact that the deputations was very divided, and I'm not sure I'm prepared to do this. I liked your previous idea of going to Victoria, and that I could support quite handily, but this, I don't think I'm sure about this. Until the community comes out and has a, I guess, I don't know, you should have a plebiscite or what you should have, but I mean, it is really dividing that community, and it is a parquet that is used by the rest of the area for passive and whatever activities occur there. So I'm not sure if I can support this, just mentioning that.
Councillor Van Passen.
Well, that would be the point, that that discussion is going on right now. Like, do you want to just wait till 2026 and have the whole thing, or do we just start on it in 2025? The discussion's still going to come up. All the needs, whether there's any extra studies needed, that all goes with that community initiative program. All we're doing is moving it by 1 year, you know. The same pushback from certain residents is going to come no matter whether we do it in 2025, 2026, 2027. You know, so again, we still want to see that overall master plan that's coming out in the spring. Councillor Brunton brought up, you know, it is the wetlands, the artifact. You know, if we were to find out that some higher level of government wants us to do a $500,000 study, well, that's pretty well going to take it off the table, right? So let's just allow the process to start and see where that gets to. So,
I just have one question of staff. So if none of those are factors, it's approved in the budget, and we have fundraising dollars, will you come back to us to accept the fundraising dollars, or will it just go ahead? We're moving it to the 2025 budget, which means it's approved for 2025 if there aren't any of these other issues.
Thank you. And through the mayor, I think I can sort of start, and then I may look to Mr. Sloan to assist me with the process for the community-led initiative program. But I believe that we'll be clear with the group that we won't start anything until the fundraising dollars have been completely received. And then there's a number of steps that they would need to follow, including one coming back to council before they would be able to put shovels in the ground.
Okay, that answers my question. Thanks. Councillor Brunton.
I think it sounds good, but I'm not sure when I heard all the concerns down there. You're saying we as staff or our staff are going to investigate all that? Species at risk,
What's
hazard
the normal
lands, all
course
that?
for our property, Mr.
I guess I'm wondering, like, that's going to involve some money right there, will it not? How are we going to overcome all this?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would say that once the initiative is complete and it comes through to this council as part of a community-led initiative, we will follow the process that's defined. If the intent is to build a pickleball court in location A, we will go through all of the required approval processes, studies, whatever is required as any other project that would be required. Then depending on what we find, we will be back in front of council with a full cost summary of where it goes. Just like any other project that comes through. So really what we're advancing is a potential capital project from 2026 to 2025. It doesn't mean you're approving anything at this time. What you're doing is getting the ball rolling on a potential pickleball court in Turkey Point that could start as early as 2025.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Motion's carried. Next up, we have Councillor Brunton. He's requested to pull agenda item 10.3 to discuss resolution CIC 331 to CIC 333, which was the Amplify grants. Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a tough one. I looked at this quite a bit over the weekend, and I've had some very interesting conversations with people. And I didn't get a chance really to speak too much to it on the 10th of December, but I'm going to say this, and I'll start by saying all three of these applications that we've approved, Long Point Chamber, Port Dover Board of Trade, and Long Point Bayfest, I looked at them to say, okay, are they going to provide, is this seed money for longevity? What is it? And I come to the conclusion that all three of those organizations are going to be here long after this Amplify Norfolk is gone, okay? I don't think this is this is not a need, it's a want. It's taxpayers' money to the tune of $100,000. And I can't support spending that kind of money when I look at what we approved that same day. And I'm going to recap that. We provided 2 high-lift pumps at $36,000, not budgeted. We put a maintenance contract in for 2 cooling towers at Norview. And I think the 3 years, anywhere from $8,000 to $10,000 per year on that. And we decided to put security guards, or a guard or whatever, some form of security at Talbot Gardens. All told, I assume those 3 items there will come in excess of $100,000, easily. And that is a need that we have to do. Amplify Norfolk, I'll tell you, I've had people phone me, and it was a good laugh. They wanted to know if WrestleMania, how can they get tickets for WrestleMania? Will Hulk Hogan be coming out of retirement? And I was embarrassed, totally embarrassed, that I'm supporting spending $100,000 on this type of taxpayers, at taxpayers' expense. So having said that, I'm going to make a motion that all 3 Amplify Norfolk grants, 1 to the Long Point Chamber of Commerce totaling $40,000, second one to the Port Dover Board of Trade totaling $20,000, and the third one to the Long Point Bayfest Committee, I assume $40,000, totaling $100,000. That all 3 of those not proceed, and that Amplify Norfolk Grants program be terminated. And if I could, I'd ask for a recorded vote on that.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a seconder? Councillor Van Passen seconds that. Is there any debate on the subject? Councillor Columbus.
Yes, I wonder if we could separate those into 3 different options.
Division
please.
of the question. Yes, you can. 3 separate motions.
Okay, that's
Sorry,
what I'd like to see.
one moment, Councillor Columbus. Councillor Van Passen?
I believe that Councillor Brunton asked for a recorded vote, so you're not allowed to separate the questions then?
I'll go to the clerk for confirmation, but that's news to me. Can we continue debating while we, okay, so I'm going to go back to Councillor Columbus. I don't have an answer for you on division of the question, then Councillor Michelli. Councillor Columbus, do you want to debate?
Well, I wanted to vote in support of the Long Point Country Chamber of Commerce, but I did not wish to support the other 2.
Okay, so if you, okay, all right, thank you. Councillor Michelli, debate.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, but are we still waiting for the clerk to let us know if we can?
We are.
I believe. Oh, we are. Okay, well, are we just going on with some debate about?
Yes, please.
Councillor? Okay, so I would say I'm totally opposed to Councillor Brunton's motion. You know, this whole project, and I realize that, you know, and perhaps not everyone's in favor of the whole Amplify idea, but, you know, this is starting to boil down to a matter of some integrity of council decisions. We, in an effort to be totally clear and transparent, council evaluated each of those applications. There was lots of time prior to that for people to, make criticisms of this program. We chose 3 successful applicants, and then through a democratic public process, we voted to grant those applications. And so this is a question about the validity of our process and our work and our decision making. I believe that all Norfolk residents would agree that a council decision on any matter that involves community groups must be supported and validated by council. It has been, and I just cannot imagine council reversing that decision and changing course. So I am completely and entirely opposed to that motion.
Councillor
Thank you.
Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I also will not support the motion. I appreciate the comments from my colleague. I would say a couple of things. We committed to doing something through keeping the Amplify grant to begin with, regardless of these organizations. And the last time we discussed it, I said the same thing. We've said we're going to do it, so we need to do it. And then we had applications that come forward that, based on the criteria, were deemed to be eligible, and council chose to select certain organizations to be recipients of those grants. Again, we've signaled there our intention. I think we need to stand by that. I would agree, perhaps, to Councillor Brunton's point that, we haven't done this well. If there's anything I have seen since this has moved forward, and again, I was very much in favor of it and support of it from the beginning, we haven't really quite figured it out, and we should probably get out of the business. That said, we've already said we're going to do it. We need to do it. Because at the end of the day, to steal a line from my colleague to my left, I think, if I look at what the other recipients were able to accomplish through the events in Waterford, the Fairgrounds Festival this summer and last summer, the results really speak for themselves. The amount of development, the tourism, just the level of profile awareness that was brought to Norfolk County as a result of these grants that we were able to be a part of and tap into is pretty incredible, that we wouldn't be able to do otherwise. So I think we should move forward with these applications that we have already said yes to, and then cut it off and say, we did it, we followed through, best of luck, make this awesome. I'm sure that you can. Thanks for what you're doing, but let's not try that again.
Councillor Barry.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to add, I guess, to that. I've spoken against the program extensively, and I kind of got into it with Councillor Michele a little bit back and forth, but that's the nature of what we do. And I think, as much as I don't think that Amplify was a great program or that it was done particularly well, I do think that council does a good job of picking through this, and just because I didn't get my way at the time, I'm not going to go against what the majority decided was best, because I have to trust that people are making the right decisions. Just because I don't agree with it doesn't mean it's wrong. So, to Councillor Brunton's comment about people asking them where they can get tickets for wrestling, I think it's a great sign. Early interest, let's do it, man. It's gonna be great. But no, it is what it is at this point. We've decided. This thing has been in a want, not a need, from the very beginning, and this is just where we are now. So, I don't think that I should be undermining council's decisions now.
Okay, I'll go back over to the clerk for an answer on division of the question.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Yes, so pursuant to your procedural bylaw 17.15, once the request has been made for a recorded vote, the question can't be segmented.
Well, I learned something every day. So it will be one
All or nothing.
full motion for all 3 items. Councillor Columbus.
So could I ask Councillor Brunton to friendly amendment to separate these into 3 different ones?
The only one that I would consider would be the Long Point Chamber of Commerce. to be removed. I must say, I tend to think that that one has some merit.
Sorry for clarity, is that Bayfest weekend, or is that the
No,
concert, Sandpines?
Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sandpines.
Bayfest and Port Dover. And if I may make another comment, I'd be willing to remove that one if council so wishes, but keep in mind, all three of these organizations will be there next year, whether we give them one penny. They've been around for a long time, and they will be there. They will be there. Again, this is $100,000 of
Okay, I'm just going to
taxpayers'
stop you
money.
because you're debating. So for
Thank
clarity,
you.
you are going to keep Port Dover Board of Trade, and you're going to keep Bayfest together. And you are going to separate out Long Point Country Chamber of Commerce as its own. Okay, confirmed. Is the seconder okay with that? Seconder's not okay with it, so. All right, his original motion stands. All three items are together. Councillor Michele?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just was going to ask that question that I think you've just gotten an answer to. From what I listened to the clerk explain, once a recorded vote is asked for, there is no further division of questions or amending motions. I believe that we have to stick with that original motion by Councillor Brunton.
Okay, I'm just going to provide my comments. I was originally in favor of giving significantly less to the donors. I didn't want to give the full amount for some of the same reasons that Councillor Brunton has actually mentioned here today. But that being said, we have made a commitment, and I think we just need to rip the Band-Aid off. As for the second part of the motion, where amplify be, I don't remember the language you used, but null and void, and we no longer continue with that. That's happening anyways. The grant is over. This is the end of it. So while we do have a lot of pressing priorities from across the community, we don't always get the privilege of just focusing on one thing and not the other. So we are spread across many departments with many initiatives, and everything deserves a little bit of attention and time, and tourism and economic development is one of those things. I'm going to call the question. Yep. Oh, sorry. Sure, yep. We'll get the motion read again, and then I'll turn it over to the clerk for a recorded vote.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. To my understanding, the motion moved by Councillor Brunton and seconded by Councillor Van Passen is that all three grants that were approved at CIC now be withdrawn or canceled. Does that capture it? So then if you're ready, Madam Mayor, I can call the membership. Yep. Councillor Brunton? So for I can't say clarification, but for clarification, if you're voting in favor of the motion, it's to cancel the grants.
Microphone, please.
Council Brunton?
Yes, I'm in favor of the motion.
Councillor Michele?
No.
Councillor Van Passen?
Yes.
Councillor Columbus?
Yes.
Councillor Duthie?
No.
Councillor Van Driesche?
No.
Mayor Martin?
No.
Also no.
Councillor Very, I'm sorry.
Also no.
I have 4 in favor, 4 opposed. That motion is defeated.
Oh, really? I had 5. Did I make that up? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. No, Councillor Michele. The motion is defeated. Councillor Michele, Very, Duthie, Van Driesche, and myself
Voted opposed, yes.
voted opposed. And then Brunton, Columbus, and Van Passen in favor. The motion is defeated. So do we go back to the original? We just move on. He's pulled the original amplify.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, if we move on and you pass the minutes from CIC, then the original decisions that were made last week will be...
Okay, but if someone had an alternative, it's still on the floor.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. We are going to approve Committee of the Whole meeting minutes as presented. 10.1, Public Hearing Committee meeting, December 3rd. 10.2, Budget Committee meeting minutes, November 21st. And 10.3, Council and Committee meeting from December 10th. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Van den Drieschie and Michelli, all in favor? Carried. Reports of Advisory Committee. Does anyone wish to have a discussion about any minutes? If not, a mover and a seconder, please. 11.1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Councillor Duthie moves, seconded by. I need a seconder, please. Councillor Van den Drieschie. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, Community Development Division, we have report CD 24-171. Mr. Sloan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon. So we have Mr. Wallace is here that's handling this file in Victoria, so I'll turn it over to Andrew.
Thank you, Brandon. Through the chair, as noted at the public hearing meeting on November 5th, the proposal today is to change the zoning of the subject lands from open space to hamlet residential. This is a municipal application changing the use of a municipally owned parcel of land in Victoria. There have been no third-party comments received prior to or after the public hearing committee meeting held on the 3rd of December 2024, nor were there any public comments made during that meeting. The only issue raised by members was the rationale for keeping this lot as a single lot, and this was addressed at the public hearing committee meeting by the General Manager of Corporate Services. The proposal, if approved, would allow the land to be developed in accordance with the rural hamlet zoning provisions, which would be compatible with surrounding land uses. Given this, it's the recommendation of planning staff that this proposal be approved. Thank you, and I'm here if you have any questions.
Questions for staff, please. Seeing none, we have a staff recommendation before us that application ZNPL 2024-382 affecting the lands described as 14 Oaks Boulevard, Victoria, Norfolk County to amend the Norfolk County zoning bylaw 1Z 2014 from open space to hamlet residential be approved as shown in attachment A to report CD 24-171, and further that all public input received for this application was considered as part of the decision as outlined in staff report CD 24-171. Is there a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Van den Drieschie moves, Councillor Columbus seconds. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Next is item 12.1.2, CD 24-166. That's 597 Highway 6, Port Dover.
Thank you. So with the investment in infrastructure in Port Dover, we now have a new subdivision that's been in the proposal stages for a while and is moving forward. So we have Mr. Wallace here again to provide an overview for the new subdivision and rezoning in Port Dover.
Thank you, Brandon. Through the chair, this file was first seen at public hearing committee meeting on December 5th, 2023. The application is for a draft plan of subdivision to allow for the development of 449 units of housing made up of 393 single detached residential lots and 56 semi-detached residential lots. Along with this, there would be a 0.58 hectare park block, a 1.36 hectare stormwater management block, various environmental protection and buffer blocks, as well as future development blocks facing onto Highway 6. The zoning bylaw application seeks to amend the zoning from the existing R1A withholding and R2A, or R2 withholdings to, in Part 1, R1B with a holding and special provision 14.1040. In Part 2, to R2 with a holding with special provision 14.1041, or in Part 3, special provision 14.1042, to neighborhood commercial with a holding with special provision 14.1071 in Part 4, open space in Part 5, and to R1A with a holding, special provision 14.1072 in Part 6. Also, the draft plan of subdivision is shown in Attachment B and up on the screen, as well as the conditions for the draft plan of subdivision in Attachment C. At the 2023 Public Hearing Committee meeting, there were a few questions raised by the public which were largely addressed at that meeting. Members also raised a number of questions and concerns at that time. As such, the applicants were asked to look at on-street parking, stormwater management, and the impact of additional vehicle movements on the local road network. Updates to the originally submitted traffic impact statement and the stormwater management studies have been submitted and are attached to the report in attachments H and I respectively. Additionally, to address the on-street parking concerns as well as sidewalk provision, streetscape and parking plan report was submitted and attached to this report in attachment G. As the planning agents for the development are present, if members have any specific questions regarding the changes implemented in line with the requests of members from the Public Hearing Committee meeting, these may be best directed towards them. However, in brief, the applicant has modified the frontages and the indicative location of proposed driveways and has provided a supporting document which looks at the proposed streetscape and proposed parking plan. This study reviewed other similar new developments in the area to assess their on-street parking demand and have taken the highest value from these studies, which was 0.29 on-street parking spaces per lot. This would result in an on-street parking demand of 131 parking spaces for the Lynn River Heights Phase 2. Within this study, the applicants have stated that there could be the capacity to provide 329 on-street parking spaces. For further information, you can refer to attachment G within the report. This study also looked at the location of the sidewalks and clarified the makeup of the streets, including landscape buffering, sidewalks, street widths, etc. And that again is in attachment G. Attachment H for the transportation impact study included the various amendments made to the layout of this development, future phases of this development, and connections to Phase 1 and Highway 6. The updated traffic impact statement contains recommendations for turn lanes at Street B and Highway 6, along with commentary on traffic signal accommodation and construction, which remain under review with respect to timing or need in financing. An updated surface water drainage study was undertaken as part of the amended subdivision plan and addresses these issues. It concludes that the swim pond proposed would be more than adequate to deal with the surface water from Phase 2. With respect to 659 Highway 6 and all other abutting lands, the report provides details on how external drainage is being accommodated to best avoid and or resolve abutting land drainage needs. And again, in attachment I of the report, you can see this study. Given this, it is the proposed opinion of staff that application 282017-317 and ZNPL 2017-318 be approved. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Questions to staff. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. When we had the Public Hearings Committee, one of the things we talked about was a requirement that they construct the new access off Highway 6 first so that we don't have all the construction equipment running through the existing subdivision. And I couldn't find that anywhere in the draft plan of subdivision conditions. Am I missing it, or should it be in there, or where do we find that?
I believe that this is probably a standard condition. We could possibly go over to Darnell, who might have a little bit more to say on that.
Yep, through you, Madam Chair, or Madam Mayor. I think if you turn to condition 51, I think it sets out that all there's a construction access management plan to be developed, and that all construction access must come from Street B off of Highway 6. So by inference on that condition 51, I think that addresses the issue. Certainly open to modifying it slightly if need be.
Okay, thank you. I just missed it then, right? So.
Wow. Darnell. Point 1, Councillor Van Passen, 7,000.
Yeah.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thank you. The last time we had this site application before us, I questioned the on-street parking, and I'm really pleased that it's been improved in this proposal. But your report somewhere indicates that this site is located west of the Blue Line Road, and I think it's actually located east of the Blue Line Road. Can that be clarified?
Through the chair, yes, that must have been a typo. So my apologies for that.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for staff? My only question is just one for clarity purposes around, I can't see what block it is on the screen, it's too small, but the commercial block is what I'm referencing. So nothing has been planned or determined on that space as of yet?
To my knowledge, at this stage, no. It's, I believe that the agents are aware of the future ideal as part of the draft secondary plan for Port Dover, that it become a part of the mixed-use corridor coming into Port Dover. But at this stage, there is no specific plans for that.
So it's just zoned as future-ready development, but it will come before council again, or no? That's, I guess, what I'm...
Through you, Madam Mayor, it will depend, I suppose, upon the actual proposal. If it is something that can be done through site plan, and otherwise meet all the zoning requirements, then no, it wouldn't come back. If it is something that requires a slight change of zoning, then yes, it would.
I know I made these comments last time, and the developers gave me a good head nod, but I'm just concerned about floor space and size of the development, and so it'd be bad if I didn't ask again, I suppose, or raise the issue. But you're nodding your head, and I'm going to say that on the public record. You understand that I'm not looking for big box stores on Highway 6 coming into the community. Pickleball courts, don't you dare. Okay, all right, thank you for that. Any other questions? Have I missed anyone online? Okay, we'll get the staff report up on the screen because it is lengthy and I'm not reading that one. It is before you for your consideration. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Duthie moves, seconded by Councillor Columbus. Okay. Any debate or discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. How does everyone feel about a quick break? 10 minutes, back at 3:15? Great.
Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, Council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those three options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to Council Chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to Council Chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to Council Chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for Council to call your name when it's time to present. When Council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of Council, begin by saying, "Through the Mayor." If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, "Through the Chair." Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the Chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, Council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, "Through the Mayor," or "Through the Chair" to Councillor, and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform Council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, Council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Norfolk County, my name is Anna, and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
after members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that.
Couple minutes behind schedule, but not too bad. I made an error earlier and I skipped over Councillor Berry. He had requested to pull, I think it was 10.3, Marina fees. Councillor Berry, can you take that up?
I would love to, although I'm concerned, and maybe Chris can help me with this, since we've already passed the minutes, do we have to undo that before we get ourselves into a procedural problem by talking about it? That's a serious question. I worded it in kind of a funny way, but...
No, I think it was an error we made, and we can correct our errors. Okay. I think the clerk would probably agree with that.
Skipping my vote was only the half of it, I guess. What I wanted to do here is just to pull the Marina fees, and not to necessarily reverse it, but I want some additional information, because since we've passed this 25% increase, there's a lot of concern that the numbers that were presented by staff were not accurate. And I'm not saying they're not accurate, but what I would like is just for staff to, again, clarify how we got the comparators and how those decisions were made that we were below the comparators, You've got a letter from one of the boaters that was distributed to you, and as well as some comparisons to marina fees locally that she has come up with. And so I'm just hoping that, and I did ask this, how did we get our comparators? And I would just like additional clarification so that the boaters know that we are working with correct information. So Bill, I guess, would you mind, or if Janet's on, if somebody could just clarify, you know, how the comparisons were made so that the boaters understand.
Thank you, Councillor. Through Madam Mayor, I believe Janet is on or should be joining shortly. She had a personal appointment. And also, Stephanie Potter is here, as well as Amy Fanning. So I do appreciate the question. I had the question posed to me before council meeting. I do appreciate that. It is through the report earlier written by Stephanie Potter, there were a number of marinas that staff had dealt with. So I do have a long list of them here. A lot are municipally owned, some are private owned, and as staff went through trying to get this information, the municipally owned marinas were very forthcoming. They have websites, that information's on there. Some of the private ones were a little tougher to get information out of, and for all the right reasons. And some of the privates didn't share as much information as staff would like to have. So what staff did was they pulled together as much information as they had. They looked at, I'll go back to my comments last week, I believe, about the apples to oranges. When you're comparing marina rates, you really have to be careful. You have to be careful of the size. You have to talk items like hydro. Some include hydro, some don't include hydro. Some include water in their sites, some don't include water in their sites. Parking could be an issue. There's in and out fees that, not to get long-winded here, Councillor, but there's a lot of things that go into that price. So when trying to pin down an apples to an apples, I don't think that you possibly can. So what staff did is took a good review, you can call it a guesstimate, and found that with Port Dover talking only, that it was under when they did their study. And also we then go to the whole lens of what council's looking for under this process. We know that we have an infrastructure funding gapping, and we have to tighten that up, so user fees have to go up. Yes, the 25% does sound high, I will admit, but however, it's nowhere going to get us to where we need to be in this process. So I think staff threw together 25% will get us out the gate. Next, coming in Q1, will be the business plan for the marinas, and with that, we'll look at which ways can we increase revenues, which way can we, drop some more capital, maybe working with our user groups and stuff, and we'll see where we are. So the 25% is to bring us up to where we want to be for stage one. It's by no means where we need to be. I know I really haven't addressed your answer, and I'm sure these want to drop in, but it's just so hard to compare a rate because there's so many variable options that go into that rate.
Okay, thank you, Bill. I see Janet's on there. And maybe I'll ask her to add some comment because, what I'm hearing is that Janet has potentially agreed that maybe the rates were not exactly correct. And I just want to get some clarity from her on that. But also, could either you or Janet, I realize they're in the report, but could you just list off some of maybe even just the municipal marinas that you use? Because I want to, I understand that people should read reports. I get all that. But what I'm hoping for is that if we could just send them a little clip that says, here's the list, that they'll maybe watch that if they're not going to read it. And I realize it's an extra little request, but I'm hoping just bang off a few of them, please, that are comparators, okay? If you don't mind.
No, through Madam Mayor, and then we can get to Janet. I'll look at Ms. Potter, but we've written them out here. Not all of the municipal ones I listed here, but Port Colborne, Leamington, Kingston, Grand Bend, Quinte West, Peterborough come to mind as the main ones that we looked at.
Great, I really appreciate that. Thank you. And if Janet, I don't know if Janet wants to add anything. I just don't want to skip her. So I don't know. Do I throw it to her? Do you throw it to her? How does that work? Janet, is there anything else you could add, if you don't mind? Just in terms of
Thank you.
Of your what's your opinion?
Sorry.
No, it's are the comparators that staff presented, are they accurate? Are they reasonable comparisons?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Very. I think last week when we were discussing this, and it looked like you were discussing about maybe putting 40 to 50%, that we were so undercutting the private business. I don't believe we're at that point, undercutting them that much. Port Rowan is a different marina than Port Dover. Looking at it that way, but I thought we were comparable to a lot of marinas in the area.
Okay, thanks. And just, I guess my last question then through the mayor to you is would you agree then that the 25% increase is, I guess, reasonable based on our comparators?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Very, I feel very on the spot with this question because I'm not sure where, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus with the comparisons, but if you look at some of the marinas, and maybe we need to sit down, you and I, Adam, and we could look at them and see what the rates are. Comparing to Port Dover, I want to just keep with Port Dover and to see what we're compared at.
Well, we can for sure do that. I guess my concern right now today, though, is that last week council passed an increase based on a staff report. Pardon? Okay, yeah, and yeah, but council, had some information come forward that made this recommendation, and council voted because that was, what council understood. I'm assuming council understood that to be a reasonable increase, and I'm hearing that maybe that's not the case. So I don't know that you and I sitting down and going through is going to achieve much if the rest of council also doesn't have that same information.
Through you, Madam Chair, if I may just step in. I'm not sure it's a fair question for Janet. I will say that the report was developed by staff. Of course, Janet also had the opportunity to comment on it. Part of what we're doing here in terms of recommending the increase of 25% is to try to get us to a model for the marinas that will be self-sufficient. Council made the decision and gave staff the direction that the marinas would remain in county ownership. Part of that recommendation or direction to staff was also to come back with a business plan in 2025 to try to make the marinas self-sufficient and insulate the taxpayers by 2026. So the increase of 25% was made with two things in mind. Number one, the comparators that I think Bill read out as some of our municipal comparators. And number two was part of taking that step towards financial sustainability. And so those two can't be ignored and they can't be talked in isolation. I think you'll have some folks who will likely be able to pull out 5 or 10 or 15 examples of marinas that might be charging a little bit less than us, and there'll be countless marinas that you can find that will be charging more than what we're charging. And so that's part of the balancing act that we're doing. As Bill mentioned, it's very difficult to compare marinas in isolation of one another because of the level of amenities that are offered at each one of those marinas, the level of capital disrepair that might be associated with each one of those marinas at a given point in time. So there's a lot that goes into the fees that are being charged. I can assure council that when the report was drafted and when we looked at some of the benchmarking marinas, that was all taken into consideration when the fee structure was recommended for council's consideration with the 25% increase as an initial step to get us towards a financially sustainable model for our marinas.
Okay, thanks. Through the mayor, thanks, Al. I understand what you're saying. My concern here, though, is that the case was made using comparators. That and council was told that even with the 25% that we were still at the low end or below the comparators. But now it sounds like the comparators, I had the impression that the comparators were really driving the recommendation here. So if that's not the case, why were they in there anyways if we were going to just raise it 25% to cover the cost? I don't understand. I'm lost now. I wasn't expecting it to go this way.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I think comparators were one of the inputs, and I think we discussed that last week when you asked the question of staff in regards to the rationale and how we compare to some of the comparators. But part of what we're doing is trying to get to a financially sustainable model for our marinas, and that includes looking at the entirety of the operations, including operating and capital, and what a financially sustainable plan will look like. And that means generating more revenue so that we can insulate the taxpayers to make sure that the marinas can operate on an operational level and on a capital level. And that's what it involves. So yes, there's multiple factors that went into that. Part of that was the comparators. The other was the financially sustainable model that's required.
Okay, thank you. So just my final question, or I guess just for clarification, is that when, when boaters contact me or other members of council and sort of suggest that the comparators aren't completely, I guess not apples to apples or whatever, that really then the answer isn't just that the comparators were the driving decision. It was just one factor of many, and the other is that we really just need to recover costs. That's the answer.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would say that's correct. There's multiple factors that go into the decision on setting fees.
Okay.
And some of that is comparators. And to be honest, you're going to get to a point where if you continue to increase your fees, you're going to drive down the membership, and that we'll know then at that point what the sustainable business plan is going to be. We cannot just continue to raise fees and get completely out of the market, and that's part of what we're doing in terms of aligning our fees with our business plans.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I was perfectly satisfied with the last week's discussion. There were reasons why we brought it to 25%, and I think we were all satisfied with that, remembering that we had public consultation, and they too agreed that the rates had to go up. And if you want to have a public facility, you have to have public input, and you have to have cost recovery. So I'm satisfied with it, and I wouldn't be prepared to make any changes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We will move on. There are no changes. Just need to find out where we left off. I believe we are on item 12.1.3, which is CD 24-161. Mr. Sloan.
Thank you very much. So the next development application before council is a small infill subdivision within one of our designated hamlet areas, and Mr. Serra is here to provide an overview. Fabian?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, this application is for a draft plan of subdivision and a zoning bylaw amendment to develop a subdivision consisting of 6 single detached residential dwellings in the hamlet of Nixon. The zoning bylaw amendment is to change the portion of the subject lands from agricultural to hamlet residential in order to conform to the official plan, and also to add a special provision to accommodate the reduced lot sizes for both the proposed corner and interior lots. For this application, public comments have been received, and they've been attached as a part of Attachment C. At the public hearing meeting, concerns regarding the following are raised, regarding traffic increase and traffic flow concerns, water quality concerns, and contamination of existing wells, as well as hamlet expansion concerns and residential intensification within the hamlet of Nixon. So in regards to the new lots within the hamlet and residential intensification, in terms of hamlet growth, the portion of the property that's proposed for the draft plan of subdivision is already designated as hamlet. And so the portion, so with the zoning bylaw amendment associated with this site, it would essentially bring that portion of land into conformity with the official plan. And that at this time, there's no expansion of the hamlet boundary being proposed as a part of this application. All of the growth proposed within is already within the existing hamlet of Nixon. So the traffic increase and traffic flow concerns, so studies have been provided that indicates minimum increases in traffic when compared to the overall capacity of the existing infrastructure in the area. Development engineering has also requested an updated traffic brief through the draft plan of subdivision conditions that would essentially focus on the functional matters around the driveways and an assessment of the intersections or traffic volumes on the road, as the road has sufficient capacity to accommodate the new increase in additional daily trips. In terms of water quality concerns and contamination of existing wells, the applicant submitted an EIS that provides a list of recommendations that are to be followed in order to mitigate any environmental impacts. The recommendations include the use of silt fencing during construction to protect the fish habitat, development of a response plan prior to the site works, and an emergency spill kit should be kept on site, as well as scheduled vegetation clearing unless otherwise directed by a qualified biologist. Further to this, staff have also identified that a hydrogeological study is required and is being imposed as a condition of a draft plan of subdivision. Staff are recommending approval of the draft plan of subdivision application 28 TPL 2024-288 and zoning bylaw amendment application ZNPL 2024-331 for 2328 Nixon Road. That concludes staff's presentation. I'll be available if you have any questions.
Questions for staff? Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. My question is, I know the area a little bit out there from different residents, and the lot sizes are quite narrow, but I wonder, are they advised ahead of time to do a hydrogeological study to, or do they just wait until we get to this stage and then they go out and do it? How is that? Like, if they were smart, you think they'd do it ahead of time, wouldn't they?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So this one was actually interesting in the sense that, technically speaking, initially what had happened was they were proposing lot sizes that conform to the zoning bylaw amendment, or that conform to the zoning bylaw, and therefore, because the lots were of an appropriate size and conform to the zoning, a hydrogeological study was not required. What happened was, though, when staff deemed the application complete and staff went to essentially map the application, the proposed lot size that was being proposed was exceeding the hamlet boundary, and therefore the applicant would have also required an official plan amendment. So they essentially had two choices: either apply for an official plan amendment or propose a reduced lot size, hence the 3,000 square meters, and they'll be theoretically doing the hydrogeological study as a condition. You are right, they should have had it read off from the beginning, but once staff deemed the application complete, there was no mechanism in play to say.
Yeah, I know a little bit about the area. If you don't, 6 of those wells in that area, if they don't hit the right vein, and then be six septic systems too, I would assume, out there. So
that's right. So that's been addressed through the draft plan of subdivision conditions.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, read through the conditions for the subdivision. Number 26 from the fire department, they want to they require the installation of fire hydrants. I don't believe the interurban water supply is going to get there in time to hook fire hydrants onto anything, so I question why that condition is in there.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So that condition would have been as a part of the template condition and just wasn't removed.
But I suppose we could take it out if it's not
That's
doable.
right. So that, for clarity, that was condition 56, you said it was?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And condition number 28 and number 36 are the same thing. It's just counted in there twice, so you can get rid of one of them. And number 57, I've brought this up before. Seems to be the standard template that the owner shall consider locating all utilities underground and encouraged to explore the provision of fiber optic cable. And I keep suggesting maybe we just require them to put it in underground instead of having them consider it. And again, that's maybe not so much on this one particular plan, but I think it's about time we start going to everything being buried rather than having poles and lines all over. And so maybe when you're talking about big picture things, sometimes let's start discussing that and just make it a standard requirement rather than a request.
Any other questions? Can I ask one of you, Brandon, that's, excuse me, not specific to the plan of subdivision, but more in general. So this originally was all a part of Block 7? That's the first question. Or Fabian. These 6 lots, they were all...
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
And so my question for Brandon is then, what's the difference between taking ag land that's not as productive and turning it into 6 lots through a draft plan of subdivision in a hamlet with some rezoning and a farm severance.
To the mayor, the primary difference is being designated within the hamlet settlement area or an urban settlement area, which are the areas for growth and development.
So because it's already in the hamlet and it did not need a hamlet boundary expansion, it's okay to chop up the ag land, whereas outside of an urban boundary or hamlet area, you couldn't even give a farmer 1 lot severance because it's outside of those areas.
To the chair, that's correct.
So if the logic is we're doing it, we don't allow them, and when I say we, it's the province, they don't allow them because we should be preserving ag land, that rule doesn't apply because you're in a hamlet?
Through the chair, generally correct. So it's the areas through your official plan is where you plan for growth and development, and the settlement areas under Norfolk's official plan and under the provincial planning statement, old PPS, is where the focus of growth and development would be. There's also, of course, agricultural conservation and preservation directions as well for policies. And that is what's happened. So previously, when you would do a comprehensive review of your official plan or an update, that's when you would look at your settlement boundaries, go your studies, and that's where you have this.
I just wondered if there was an extra test or classification of the soil, but there's not. So they're just suggesting that because you're closer to infrastructure or other development, that those ag lands can be taken out of production versus...
To the chair, generally, yes. Once you're in the settlement area, you're in, and it's no longer necessarily counted towards your agricultural, your prime agricultural area or protected agriculture.
Okay.
You still may have the zoning will be agricultural for a while until you have a development application or proposal like this where someone comes in to do a subdivision and a development.
Okay, just that answers my question. And when you think about an agricultural impact assessment on something outside of an urban or hamlet boundary area, a farmer needs to prove that their soil isn't the best top of the line soil to be eligible for a potential severance. And here we have absolutely no test, but because it's inside a hamlet, it's permitted. The provincial argument that ag land needs to be preserved doesn't carry the same weight if it's in a hamlet or urban boundary.
Yeah, to the mayor, essentially it then becomes technical studies about the appropriateness and feasibility and justification for the development.
Okay.
So have they done the hydro-G, the traffic, stormwater management, et cetera?
Okay, thanks for letting me go off on a tangent there.
No
Any
problem.
other questions about the development? Councillor Breton?
It's a very interesting question. It's interesting that an ADU doesn't change things in an agricultural area. It's a use of words. Thank you.
Mr. Sloan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just wanted to come back to the items that Councillor Van Passen mentioned, and if there are going to be any changes, that it would be good to capture that within the resolution. If there are any changes to remove draft approval conditions, we should capture that. We do have a template. We are going through a process of updating our subdivision agreement and draft approval conditions, but it was noted that condition 28 and 36 are a duplication.
He noted number 56 was the hydrant for removal, 28 and 36.
Yeah, so I would respectfully identify that if we add to the resolution subject to the removal of condition 36, and then I believe it was 26 is the fire and emergency services one in urban areas. And then I think the other one, 57, was okay for now. It's a matter of when we update our template and we're looking at our standards that maybe we should look at a new approach. Is that correct?
Yeah, just because that's my opinion, that doesn't make it right. But if, council at some point, they bring back a new report to say, we're looking at this. I keep watching hurricanes go all over the place, and they keep knocking down the same hydro poles every year, and they blow over again, and they put them back up. So why don't we just put them underground in the first place, right?
Just so I have clarity and so the clerk has clarity, is it 56 or 26 for the hydrant? 26, and we're removing that one. And then we're going to remove 36 because it's a duplicate of 28, and 57 will stay until staff come back. Okay, those conditions are amended. Are there any other questions? Okay, staff report is on the screen before you. Is there a mover and a seconder along with the amendments from the conditions? Moved by Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Vanden Drieschie. Debate or discussion? All in favor? That's carried. CD 24-173 is the zoning bylaw update.
Thank you. The final one for council today. Ms. Wharton's going to provide a brief overview of the updated county-initiated housekeeping amendment and recommendation. Kendall.
Thanks, Brandon. Through the chair, this application seeks to amend the Norfolk County zoning bylaw as a technical update to address minor outstanding technical items. These updates affect all lands within the county with no site-specific amendments being proposed. A detailed list of the proposed changes has been included on Attachment C of the recommendation report. These changes include an amendment to the exemptions from yard provisions, an amendment to the permitted height for boathouses, an amendment to the long-term care facility definition, an amendment to the retirement home definition, an amendment to the usable floor area definition, an amendment to the cannabis production and processing provisions, an amendment to the bunkhouse definition, and an amendment to the farm operation definition. A statutory public meeting was initially held on October 2nd, 2024, with a second on November 5th, 2024, due to a public notice error. At the public hearing committee meeting on November 5th, council noted concerns with the proposed addition of a maximum lot area for surplus farm dwelling severances. Based on these comments, staff have removed this proposed amendment from this technical update as it requires additional review. Staff have also corrected the proposed amendment to the farm operation definition as noted at that public hearing meeting to italicize the term person to clarify that person is defined by the zoning bylaw and includes an individual, partnership, corporation, association, trust, unincorporated organization, or any other entity or organization, including a government or agency or political subdivision. No public or technical comments were received at either of those meetings. In conclusion, the proposed zoning bylaw amendments will result in clarifications and accurate implementation of zoning bylaw 1Z 2014. It's staff's professional opinion that the proposed development is consistent with the official plan and the PPS. Staff recommend approval of this application as described in report CD 24-173 and related attachments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for staff? Okay, can we get the motion on the screen, please? Actually, that application ZNPL 2024-277 affecting all lands within Norfolk County to amend the Norfolk County zoning bylaw 1Z 2014 regarding various sections and technical updates be approved as shown in attachment A to report CD 24-173, and further that no public input was received for this application and was therefore not considered as part of the decision outlined in staff report CD 24-173. Is there a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Van Passen moves, Councillor Vanden Drieschie seconds. Debate or discussion? All in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, thanks, planning staff. We're going to move along to Operations Division. We have item 12.3.1 on the agenda, which is Ops 24035. We'll give staff just a couple minutes to switch over, and whenever you're ready, you can take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got the nod from Sydney Killarcy that she's ready. She will be presenting this report. Michael, Director of Facilities, is here as well for any questions that you may have after. Sydney, it's yours.
Perfect. Thank you, Bill. And through you, Madam Mayor, to Council, the purpose of this report is to provide an update to Council on the results of the applications made to the Ministry of Transportation's EV Charge On program. In early 2024, Norfolk County staff submitted 7 applications to this program in response to both the provincial government's call for proposals as well as a council request in 2022. The program offers funding up to 75% of total project costs, with the primary goals of expanding the availability of public EV charging stations and improving the accessibility, affordability, and connectivity in rural areas across Ontario. Staff are pleased to announce that Norfolk County has successfully secured funding for 4 of the 7 proposed locations, which are the Delhi Arena, Langton Arena, Port Dover Arena, and the Port Rowan Community Center. The approved funding will enable the installation of 4 charging ports per location. These facilities will operate on a pay-per-use model starting at $2.15 per hour as per our user fee bylaw, will be accessible to the public, and will allow the county to get ahead of the anticipated growing demand of charging infrastructure at county facilities. To align with the recent funding announcement and ensure timely implementation, staff are seeking council's approval to amend the 2025 capital budget to accelerate the EV charging stations project. This amendment would allocate $160,000 to the project, with $120,000 funded through provincial grants and the additional $40,000 drawn from the new incremental capital reserve. Advancing this timeline to 2025 will ensure compliance with the funding requirements and allow the county to move forward with this initiative. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions of council.
Great job. Thank you very much. Questions from council? Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I was very surprised to see that it was the arenas that were picked for these charging station sites. I just wonder, I take it that the general public can use these charging stations as well as our staff, but I wonder why arenas and why not someplace downtown like a library or in the parking lot behind the Delhi Administration Building, where if you had to charge your vehicle, you could go uptown for a coffee or something. And if you can please clarify that.
Certainly, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Columbus. The original project identified the arenas, and we mostly chose arenas because these are level 2 chargers, which means it'll take a couple of hours to get an adequate charge. So with that being said, we put them in locations where individuals could still maybe walk to, in Delhi, for instance, Quant's Dam, walk through the trails and maybe walk downtown as well. But if they're watching a hockey game, they have a couple of hours to charge their vehicle.
Okay, you've answered my question. Thank you very much.
Councillor Banandrishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Just a question about accessibility. So this is a universal charge, so any type of car or vehicle would be able to adapt to it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Banandrishi, that is correct. Natural Resources Canada actually mandated the charging ports last year so that all vehicles would be equipped to charge with any universal charging port.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from council? All right, staff report and recommendation is before you. Is there a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Banandrishi, seconded by Councillor Duthie. Debate on the motion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Great job on the grant, staff. Thank you very much. Item 12.3.2 is Ops 24034, proposed additional security measures at Talbot, and that's back over to Mr. Cridlin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be brief here. Staff report OPS 24034, proposed additional security measures at Talbot Gardens, is at a request of a motion by Ward 5 Councillor Alan Duffy, and the rest of council agreed to his motion. So staff bring this forward report. It is a concern at Talbot Gardens with behavior that is happening there. And as staff had worked through this, these are only being recommended as temporary in nature. I think the problems being experienced at Talbot Gardens may be, longer lived and may expand to other facilities. So we just keep in mind that this is a temporary from now till April, and staff will be bringing another report back in May, a more wholesome report with more time. So we'll go right to the options. Staff are offering or suggesting 4 or possibly 5 options. Option 1 is the status quo, which staff are not recommending. It doesn't solve any of the problems or any of the behavior that's going on there. Number 2 is tapping some of the user fee representatives to monitor and patrol the arena to look for unwanted behaviors. We're not recommending this as tight timelines, trying to get something into place. And other municipalities that we reached out to didn't have a lot of success with the logistics of having user fees be responsible for this. Option 3 was hiring additional FTEs to patrol and monitor the situation at the arena. Again, no time, takes some time to get the permanent FTEs in, as well as very costly, and not knowing the future of what these social issues may be, staff aren't recommending hiring new staff at this time. Something we could look at later. Option 4, which staff are recommending, is the hiring of an outside security firm, Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. We feel that'll cover most of the hours off where some of this behavior is happening, and Saturday and Sunday are 12-hour days from 9 to 9. Comes in a cost of about $1,568 a week. Norfolk County is in a really good position. We presently have a blanket PO with a few security companies, so it would not take very long to have guards in a place. One thing staff are looking at, security guards come from level 1 to 3. We are asking, or recommending, I guess, not asking, that level 3 guards be brought in for this purpose. It's very minimal amount difference, a couple dollars an hour between a level 1 and a level 3. Level 3 come with, I believe it's a minimum of 7 years working experience and certain training to handle some of the situations that they may run into. And again, for 49 hours a week, we're thinking of starting, if council approves this report, starting this Friday and going to the end of the hockey season in April. It's a little hard to predict the end of the date because you get a hot team in the playoffs. That could be the end of April, or it could be done the first week of April. And staff are recommending that. Staff also going to throw in, not to confuse council, but an option 5 came to mind as well. And this would be a 2-guard system. So what the 2-guard system at Talbot would do would allow for lunch and break coverage. We did see this in COVID when we had guards working at the arenas. They are entitled through the Employment Standards Act certain breaks and lunches, and that left openings there. And also looking at it, we are in walking distance from the county administrative building that we're here in the Simcoe Library branch, and Julie Kent is here with me. Julie has had a number of issues as well in the library, so staff are throwing out a possible option 5, having 2 guards for the same time length, but it would not only serve Talbot Gardens, it would also serve the cab building as well as the library. So with that, I did mention we'll be bringing a more fulsome report back in the summer of 2025. I'll turn it over to Norfolk County Council for any questions they have, and Julie Kent is sitting beside me here for any questions you may have about the library.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Cridlin. Questions from council? Councillor Brunton.
Yes, my first question, I guess, through you, Bill, would be this doesn't affect the actual hours of rental then, because I look at the weekdays 4 to 9. There are other weekdays that Talbot Gardens are rented out to the high school, for example, and a group that I play with at 4 o'clock. So I assume the hours ahead of that are still available.
Through the Madam Mayor to the Councillor. Great question. We threw out 9 to 4s. I think staff hurrying up to get the report together thought would cover the basics of it, but with our agreement with the security guards, we are able within one shift to say tomorrow is not a 4 o'clock, it's a 2 o'clock start, so we would work those hours.
Okay, thank you.
No limitations on the rentals. The hours would remain the same.
Thank you.
Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Mayor. I got a question for Bill. So I don't see anywhere on here, was any consideration given to increasing, like adding the cost of the security guard to the arena rental fee for the hour? And if not, why not?
Through Madam Mayor. A great question. I think it was in the quickness of making a decision to try to get something in place quickly. That would definitely be a topic of the, I'm going to say, a May-June report, and it's a good option, whereas we're going to have this coming forward. The thing we run into now, fees have been set for the users, and it's pretty tough to go back mid-season and say, now we need X amount of dollars. So could be a future consideration.
Okay, no, as long as it's in the future, that's good, because we just, we just heard about user fees with the Marina and everything, and so we're trying to recover those user fees. And during COVID, there was extra cleaning required as well as the security, and the cleaning costs for sure got passed along to the ICE rental rates. like they were included. It went up $25 to cover that extra cleaning. So, okay, as long as that's coming, that's good, because what I don't want to get in a situation is, when the marina asks for a security guard to look after the boats, that we're telling them they got to pay for it, and we're going to cover the one here.
Councillor Van Andriesch, did I miss a hand? Go ahead, then Duthie, then Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, I guess the curiosity question is here, and now we have discussion with the library. Is it right to discuss the library situation as well? To get some detail? Okay, thank you. I'd like to know what the issues are with the library that you're considering having the same issues.
Through the mayor to the council. Thank you for the question, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to it. I wanted to preface and ground this in the library's mission. We are a place of welcoming spaces for all, offering refuge and sources for diverse individuals, whether it's caregivers, parents, children, unhoused, those dealing with mental health struggles or addiction. We are a refuge. The challenges we face, I read through some past board minutes and meetings, and it has been on the mind of and in focus with the library and the board since 2018, where they were discussing whether to hire security guards or not, and what other safety measures could be reviewed and put in place. We track the number of instances at the library, and this is an initiative that I started last year. So in the last 12 months, since last November, we've had 195 instances that include rotating wellness checks that staff perform throughout the library. So we have signs that say stay awake, stay alert, to keep people roused, because we need to know if they're unconscious or passed out or in crisis. They do specific washroom checks. We have signs on the washrooms that say 10 minutes, and if someone's been there for 10 minutes, we knock, and sometimes if we can't get them roused, we call 911. We've had more than 50 critical situations in the last year where naloxone has been administered, and we've had to make emergency calls. I'm keenly aware that we under-report by about 20 to 40% because staff need to take a break and decompress from the situation that they've had to handle dealing with these situations in our washrooms. And throughout this branch, and it is just this branch. Common concerns includes bathroom misuse, drug paraphernalia, and individuals found unconscious, which have led to repeated washroom closures and increased costs. When this happens, the washroom is closed, and we contact a cleaning company that will come and deal with biological hazards and human waste. We have closed and locked the washrooms. Our second floor washroom that's beside the children's area, because of increased misuse, it had been an accessible washroom. But if someone is in there and they're passed out, the door unlocks, and we've had children and parents stepping into a situation that they should not have had to see. So it's locked. It's for caregivers and children only, and they need a key to get in. We've gone to the expense of putting a second service point on the second floor of the library with staff there periodically throughout the day, and they have the key to the washroom to support the families that are using that space safely. Staff time is increasingly spent addressing these crises, and it distracts them from their primary role of serving the broader community. And I must make a note here that the majority of unhoused people and those living with addiction or mental health concerns and people in crisis are respectful to staff and to the library users and the space. It's only a few that we find demonstrate unwelcome behaviors and actions. We have increased our number of trespass orders issued this past year. I myself have done 6, I believe. Yes, 6. We also have a policy called a trespass and ban policy, and that does give the authority to staff to ban an individual who is behaving outside our code of conduct policies. We recently banned 2 persons, permanently banned them. We banned a teenager recently for the threats, and we have banned people for a day from the library staff. So our staff are compassionate and supportive, but they cannot sustain the time and their emotional health, their emotional and compassionate labor that they bring to these situations. I do prefer that we have an enhanced staffing levels so that I have more staff available to manage these challenges. An increased number of police presence inside and out the building would be really effective. Invariably, I can't get out the Lot Street exit from the library, which is a staff entrance to Lot Street, because of individuals around that transformer and the garbage and the paraphernalia that's left behind. And I'm so grateful to the county staff. They are amazing. Bill, thank you for your team. We can make the call and they come to clean up whatever is found there. If the decision of the council is to have a security guard, we ask that those duties of the security guard do come to this campus and to the library. And we do ask that it includes the wellness checks throughout the library and including the wellness checks in the washroom, because this would lift that activity from our library staff so they can return to focusing on providing service to everyone, the broader community. And I'm keenly aware that we do treat everyone with respect and dignity, and it is challenging to ensure that we stay couched in that perspective and on those values. This is a community-wide issue, and it does require an approach involving multi-agencies. Security measures alone at one location often just shifts the issues to other public spaces, underscoring a need for a sustainable and multifaceted solution. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could continue for a moment. Unfortunately, to be honest, I came here looking to deal with the arena and the downtown situation there, not with the library. So this is all news to me. Okay, not that I didn't probably anticipate it, but it is all news to me. I'm wondering if we can separate the two issues. I'm not sure that putting them together is something that, I'm not sure. Because this is all coming at us at one point, and we're getting information from you. It is unfortunate that a library doesn't stick to being a library, and what's important about a library is the children and the acting as a library, not as a facility for those for taking shelter. Okay, I'm just going to have difficulty with this if we can't separate it, because it looks like an issue to me.
Right now, Councillor Van Andriesch, just so you're aware, the recommendation from staff is for the hiring of one security guard. So unless someone puts forward a different recommendation.
It was added as a fifth item?
Yep, but it's not as listed as
It's not a
staff
recommendation.
recommendation.
Okay.
So it's an option for consideration, but that's not the
Thank you.
staff recommendation. I think I have a line here. Councillor Duthie, Michelle, then Barry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Bill, thank you for doing this so quickly, and thanks to your team or whoever that contributed to it. I realize it was last minute, and my intention, obviously, I think we have an issue there that is pressing and perhaps becoming more so. And last week, my intention was so that it could get on the radar more quickly and we could be ready to go. So I appreciate that you've done that today and are proposing that we could start as of Friday. My question at this point, related to option 5, if I could ask Julie, do you have any room in your budget or funds that you could help allocate towards offsetting this? So obviously there's an added cost of $32,000 or something if we were to add on the second guard. Is there anything that you could contribute from the library's budget?
Through the mayor to Councillor Duffy and the council, I would have to take this to the board to determine where and what budget line and or if it perhaps would have to be funded out of our reserve. The board meets in January. I would be able to take it to the board at that time.
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Much of what I was going to ask Julie about was covered in her answers to Councillor Van Andriesch. She did a very thorough job of itemizing all of the issues that exist at the library, and maybe I'll just anecdotally mention that at the end of our council and committee meeting last Tuesday, and some of you may have experienced this, on my way out of council chambers, I'd step over something like 11 or 12 people who were gathered outside council chamber doors doing all kinds of probably illegal activities. And I know that those same people often are in front of the library doors, and I'm always very supportive of the library staff, because these are people who are trained to be library technicians and library staff, and they find themselves administering naloxone and checking bathrooms and seeing if people are literally alive when they're lying around in the building. So I would very much support all of the requests that Julie made. And again, maybe some financial numbers will help us with that process. Thank you.
So questions to staff, Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Mayor. To Julie, you mentioned that you call the police frequently. What is the outcome of those calls, generally speaking?
Through the mayor to Councillor Vera and the councillors, they're very supportive. The police come usually within a few minutes of us making these calls. And oftentimes they send ambulance services as well to the branch. And it's not just, I must say, it's not just in the library, because we are tenants of the county, and we do make calls for persons who are in stress, or we can see are perhaps indulging in illegal conduct outside of our doorways and on this campus specifically. The police services are very, very supportive, and they encourage us that whenever we see a situation or have a situation, that we are welcomed, and they encourage us to call them.
Thanks. And I guess, does the police presence at the library deter this kind of behavior, or is it just more of a routine? Like, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of it. So when the police show up, does that buy you some time, or is it really just sort of, I don't know what the words I'm looking for, but does it sort of just become the next one in line? Do you know what I mean?
Through the mayor to the councillors, we noticed that instances of behavior and the wellness checks and the searches we do through the library to find persons passed out or sleeping in corners, et cetera, was reduced markedly when we had more police presence walking through and coming to the library and just walking through and saying hello. That seemed to, I do not have fact base or data on that, but we certainly, I can see that there were less recorded tracking issues, less issues tracked when we just had police coming through and walking around and being present. Outside of us calling them to have them come and deal with a situation, that was very helpful.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Julie, could you recap for me you gave some stats there, and you went over very quickly, of the incidences you've had in the washroom and in the building. And on another question, the same thing. When people come in there and they not to use the washroom, and they go sit in the back and say they're going to read a paper, but they go to back there to have a sleep. And that's frequent that I've noticed around at this time of year with the cold weather. But what do you do with those? And could you give me any of those stats again? Thank you.
Through the mayor to councillors. The stats, and I will reiterate that I know that we are underreporting. There were 195 incidents that we reported in the last 12 months, and over 50 of those were that which included naloxone administration, emergency call, dealing with individuals that were unconscious or needed care. We do have signs around the library that say stay awake, stay alert. And this is one of the tasks that staff now do, is they walk around to try to rouse and wake people to ensure that they're not in crisis, to ensure that they're not passed out. And if they're tired, okay, they're tired. But we do check every 10 minutes, walk through the library. And our washrooms are checked every 10 minutes as well. And we don't have, we lock the bathrooms to our basement when there are no renters in those rooms. We actually lock the elevator so no one can access to the basement because we've had a lot of theft. The soap and paper towels are cleared out of the bathrooms, and that had been a place where misbehavior was occurring, and our staff don't have any, we have cameras. We need more cameras, and I have a quote, and that will be in my budget for next year for more security cameras. But staff do tend to walk around at least every 10 minutes and try to rouse those persons that fall asleep.
So the ones that aren't there for the washroom use or they're sleeping, do you ask them to leave or do you just wake them up? What's your protocol?
We wake them up and rouse them. We ask them if they're okay and can we help them. And oftentimes these are persons that are unhoused and they just need a few minutes. We don't ask them to leave unless their behavior becomes unacceptable,
Okay.
Arrogant, rude, or threatening, or if we can see that they are inebriated. The other day, a person came into the library and was chatting with me and confided with me that they just had a few beers. So I was able to step in my authority position and ask them to leave and let them know that they cannot come in the library inebriated or under the influence of substances.
Mayor Martin, if I may make a comment, and that is that the situation there far outweighs the problem we got at Talbot Gardens, by far, from what I can see. But I certainly will make support for an additional person. This is a need, not a want. We need to do this. And I could go back to what Councillor Duthie said about our Talbot Gardens. We have to make these places safe. And I too go out this building here at night after one of our meetings and you got to step over people some nights to get to your vehicle. So I don't know if you're...
I got a
couple... And there may be, if I may, one other comment. With the possibility of a guard at both, there may be some benefits to that in terms of trade-offs for breaks or whatever. I mean, it's not a case where they got to stand there with a hammer and take care of people. They just have to make sure that the places are safe for the public, and that's what we're here for. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I think we're getting a little bit off track here. A notice of motion was dealt with last week as a motion because there was an immediate need for a new problem, which I fully support. With a more fulsome report coming early in the new year on this building, the library, if records show the problems been ongoing in the library since 2018, it's not like it's something new to them. We need to deal with that, but at this time, I'd be happy to move the staff report. I also wonder whether the hours that the security, if you had two of them, the hours are not going to line up between the library cab and the arenas. So let's stick to what we started with. We just spent $40,000 so people can listen to some music, $20,000 so that they can watch the WWE down in Dover with Hulk Hogan. I'm more than happy to spend a bit of money to make sure our kids are safe while they're trying to get some exercise and play some hockey. So I would move the staff recommendation as it is, and we will deal with the more fulsome problems when the report comes out early in the new year.
Okay, motion's on the floor. Is there a seconder? Councillor Duthie. Debate and discussion. Councillor Columbus.
I was just going to second it, thanks.
Debate, discussion. I'll just provide some comments. I'll be supporting the motion. I would like to see staff bring us back something sooner than May, so I don't know if that needs a specific amendment, but initially this was a stopgap measure, bring us back something sooner, fine, a few months to study it and determine where the need is highest. But I'd like to develop a plan sooner rather than later that looks at options instead of this just being another absorbed cost by the municipality as just regular course of business. So that's the first thing that I would encourage. The second thing, the part of the discussion with the library, I do think that there's an opportunity to have more of a discussion about that as well as the CAB campus at large. But I think I feel like we're a bit out of order here because they have a board and a budget, and so they should have a board discussion and a budget discussion and then come to us and let us know if there's a deficit or something. But again, just as a reminder, we would be giving them money, not telling them how and when they could use it. So a bit of a procedural hiccup maybe in how we're dealing with that. So hopefully they can have a board discussion in January. And those are my comments. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. And maybe I made a mistake. Would you like that motion amended so that the report comes in Q1 of 2025 rather than specifically May?
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
Who's our seconder? I forget. Councillor Duthie, is that okay? Approved, okay. All right, the motion is before you on the screen. I'll read it for clarity. That staff report Ops 24034 proposed additional security measures at Talbot Gardens be received as information, and that council approved the hiring of one level 3 security guard for Talbot Gardens at a cost of $1,568 a week, and further that the security guard remain in place until the end of April 2025 hockey season for a total estimated cost of $31,500, and further that staff prepare a follow-up report in Q1 of 2025 detailing the success of the additional security measures at Talbot Gardens and bring forth a proposal for the 2025-2026 hockey season. All in favor? That's carried. And I see our library board chair, Kim Earls, is here with Julie, so I guess council would like to see the results of a discussion on the board level and see what the appetite is, and then we can discuss if there's any carryover from a CAB campus to the library. Okay, thank you for coming today. Item 12.4.1 on the agenda is the Housing Needs Assessment Report CS 24-182. Ms. Van Dyke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to ask Ms. Fanning, our treasurer, to present this report.
Thank you, and through the mayor to council, report CS 24-182 is before you today seeking a single source supply for a housing needs assessment with Watson and Associates Economists Limited. As previously communicated, the Canada Community Building Fund, formerly the federal gas tax, agreement now requires that Norfolk County complete a housing needs assessment. This is required to be provided to AMO by March 31st, 2025. The primary objective of the housing needs assessment will be to assess the current and future housing needs in Norfolk County, identifying gaps between current supply and demand metrics across the full housing continuum. Given the tight timelines and the complexity of this work, staff are recommending that council authorize a single source supply with Watson. This will provide several benefits, including Watson has a great familiarity with Norfolk's planning environment, growth challenges, and local government. They are also completing Haldeman's housing needs assessment, so there will be some synergies there since the two counties share governance on housing services. Watson will be able to meet the required timelines, and they have submitted a project proposal that is below the budget that we'd set aside. The county has worked with Watson in several engagements in recent years, and staff have confidence in their ability to complete the project. The capital budget includes an allocation of $50,000 for this project to be funded by the CCBF Reserve Fund. The project proposal is well within that budget at $33,000, and completing this work and remaining compliant with our agreement will allow the county to continue to receive this critical infrastructure funding. And just for reference, our 2024 allocation was $4.26 million.
Thank you very much. Questions to Ms. Fanning? You'll move the staff recommendation. Councillor Vandenrishi, is there a seconder? Councillor Brunton. I just have one question, just for clarity. So it will be done by March of 2025?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Great, okay. Any debate or discussion? I'll call the question then. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, item 12.5.1, Board of Health Appointments, HSS 24062. Ms. Van Dyke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to council, I'm pleased to present this report on behalf of Ms. Page. As we are aware, the Ministry of Health has given final approval for the merger between the Haldeman Norfolk Health Unit and Brant County Health Unit to create the Grand Erie Public Health as of January 1st, 2025, and all of the regulatory changes have been made. So we are now in a position where Norfolk County will need to name 2 municipally appointed representatives for the new Board of Health, and so that is the purpose of this report. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to Council. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I would be happy to move forward with the recommendation and recommend the appointment of yourself, Mayor Martin, and Councillor Huffman to the new Board of Health for Grand Erie Public Health.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Michelli seconds that. Debate or discussion? Call the question. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. How does everyone feel about a quick break before we get into the Municipal Services Corporation, or would you like to keep moving? Quick break? Sure, quick break, 10 minutes.
Specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our Respect and Responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the Planning Department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment, and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And
Okay, report CAO 24078 is the Municipal Development and Municipal Service Corporation report, and I'm going to turn it over to our CAO to start us off.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. In front of you today is a report on consideration for this council on a municipal development corporation and a municipal service corporation. And to present the report and some of the recommendations is Stephanie Potter, our Manager of Corporate Initiatives.
Thank you all. Good afternoon to Mayor and Councilors. Through you, Madam Mayor, before you is a report that outlines the key features, benefits, risks, and requirements for establishing external municipal corporations. Earlier this year, Council passed a motion directing staff to investigate the creation of a municipal services corporation and a municipal development corporation. External corporations are municipally owned but are generally governed by external boards to improve flexibility and responsiveness. Staff have identified opportunities that could benefit from external management and assess their feasibility. The intent of this report is to provide Council with information on these opportunities and to seek direction on further pursuit. Staff identified municipal water and wastewater as a potential candidate for management under a municipal services corporation. However, staff do not believe that this would be feasible or beneficial at this time. It would require a joint ownership agreement with Haldimand County to deliver the interurban water system and would be unlikely to improve resident affordability and would likely impact Norfolk's financial capacity and our annual OSIF allocation. Staff will continue to monitor best practices and report back to Council if a new opportunity to establish a municipal services corporation is identified in the future. Instead, staff recommend that we focus our resources on establishing a municipal development corporation. Staff identified viable opportunities that could benefit from the creation of an MDC in Norfolk County, specifically land development, tourism, and to manage our municipally owned marinas. The creation of an MDC could empower Norfolk County to maximize the value of its assets, enhance marketability, and create a sustainable economic framework, and act as Norfolk's destination marketing organization. Through this analysis, staff have determined that hiring a third-party consultant is essential to ensure an objective assessment of the MDC's viability, to facilitate impartial community engagement, and to create a transition plan and governance model. The expertise of a third party would help Norfolk avoid conflicts of interest and effectively navigate the complexities of transitioning to an arm's-length corporation. Staff are confident that this can be achieved by amending the scope of 2 related projects identified within the 2025 capital budget, the Municipal Accommodation Tax Study and the Industrial Land Sector Needs Assessment. Today, we are recommending that the scope of these 2 projects be amended to include the finalization of a business case for the creation of a municipal development corporation, including public consultation and the creation of a governance structure, operating model, and asset transfer policy. The proposed amendments have been outlined in the report, and a projected timeline has been included that would have these projects completed in Q4 2025. Thank you for your consideration. Staff are available to answer questions.
Questions for staff? What is the cost specifically associated around the third-party consultant, and what is the exact scope of work you would hope that they're doing outside of public consultation?
Thank you. To Madam Mayor, the scope of work is identified in the report. Specifically, we would be looking to them to do some of the community engagement pieces that are already identified within the MAT study, as well as in the industrial land review study. We'd also, through the industrial land study, we've identified that the consultant would be responsible for identifying key infrastructure gaps and creating a clear policy to manage the transfer of county-owned assets, as well as analyzing the potential of Norfolk's industrial lands and their suitability for specific commercial, industrial, and agricultural food production. This could include any synergies within the existing business sectors.
So we're using a third-party consultant for the municipal accommodation tax and the industrial land study, and that was always the plan, and so you want to change the scope on that to also include Municipal Development Corp.
Correct, because, to the Mayor, the studies are interrelated, and I think both of them were intending to review the feasibility of an MDC anyway, so we would be including this third-party review within the scope of those projects.
And then, so specifically related to the Municipal Development Corp, are you able to put a price on what the worth of the consultant is for that portion only?
For that portion only, it's difficult. When we reached out to some consulting firms to see what they would charge for such a project, they estimated in the neighborhood of $200,000. The municipal accommodations tax study has been budgeted at $50,000, and the industrial land sector review at $215,000. We do believe we can include this within the scope of those projects and take on some of the work internally. I don't know if Mr. Reagan has anything to add. He is available online.
John?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I have nothing additional to add. I think Ms. Potter explained that very, very well. I will note that we have identified that we'll likely do some cost savings. I think at the last council I mentioned that the MAT study would be up to the $50,000. Myself and a couple of our staff are fairly fluent in MAT, and so we were thinking more of a capacity, but I think we'll be able to do some of that heavy lifting for MAT that will allow some room for this, for the MDC study. And they are very, very closely aligned.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Banandrishi, then Brunton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I don't see the advantages in this. As a matter of fact, I see disadvantages in this. We're not large enough for this kind of capacity. To me, and to go ahead and indicate in your mandate marina operations when we consulted with the community and we agreed that we would be having discussions with the community, and then all of a sudden you included in this, it's like taking it away from the people. So I'm not in favor of this. I don't think I haven't got enough information to say a positive or a negative, but at this point in time I'm saying negatively, that I just don't like it. I feel that, and I've seen it done in other municipalities, but they're large municipalities in comparison to us. As far as a land base, what have we got? How much land do we have? You tell me how much municipal land we have that's for development. How many development or parks that we have for development? How much land?
I might direct that to Mr. Reagan or our CAO.
Or, Brandon, land survey?
I can certainly start through you, Madam Mayor. Part of what we're talking about is the industrial lands needs assessment, and so that's going to identify some of the lands that are required. Part of the opportunity of having a municipal development corporation would be to identify some parcels. It doesn't necessarily mean that the development corporation is only going to solely rely on surplus Norfolk County lands. they will be having much more flexibility than a municipality can, and they can purchase properties, they can redevelop properties, they can do a bunch of different things that the restrictions on a municipality perhaps make it more difficult for us to do it as ourselves, but a municipal development corporation can do. And if I may, before I hand it back to the councillor, the marina operations as part of the mandate, that's part of an example that we're talking about. So we're not contemplating doing anything with the ownership of the marinas. The marinas would stay owned by Norfolk County. What we're talking about is there's an opportunity for a development corporation to manage and operate those marinas with the intent of generating some additional revenue in addition to things like an accommodations tax and land development. And those are just some of the options that you can start talking about to make a development corporation have revenues so that they can become profitable and one day, like some other municipal development corporations, actually provide annual dividends back to its shareholder, Norfolk County.
Thank you. And that's all wonderful, but when we had a public meeting, we promised those people that we were going to have staff work with those people to find initiatives and savings out there for both those operations. But as far as the land development, if we don't have any industrial park ourselves, why do we think a corporation, and you related to me that maybe they have potential to be able to purchase land and do things like, and have that. Do you truly see that in the future of this municipality?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, I do. And going back to your community input into marina operations, that's not negated by having a development corporation run that. We would still have the business plan being generated for our marinas that would still include community engagement and have everyone have an opportunity to provide ideas and input into what a business plan will look like for the marina operation. So I don't want you to feel that a development corporation would in any way, shape, or form negate the input that we're planning on providing or having the opportunity for residents to provide as input to what they see the future of the marina looking like.
And to supplement that, so the first thing with the marinas, in the first report, a municipal development corporation was always contemplated as a potential option, so that has had public consultation. And then from a land perspective, if we go ahead, we've approved it in budget, in principle, I suppose, the industrial lands needs sector, I think we're calling it. So after that's completed, it would identify the lands, to answer your question, and also I'd probably identify potential lands, and this could be a revenue generating option to purchase lands. But we don't know that because you don't have that study yet.
I just hope we're not putting the cart before the horse.
Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I have a couple of questions, but got a little bit confused reading the report. And first question would be, would we be in a taxable position if we form this corporation? That's number one.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I believe these organizations are tax exempt. I don't know if the CAO or Mr. Reagan can confirm.
Well, I know corporations are taxed, but I don't know if municipal corporations are taxed. We don't pay taxes now on our investments, I take, right? Am I correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. As a municipality, we're exempt.
But those are just straight out investments. This is changing the scope in a way, is it not? Like to a municipal development corporation. So we're technically developing. I guess I don't know. That's why I'm asking. But the second thing I read in here is you talk about water and sewer in here. I looked at the risks, and it says talks about water and sewer, and I like. Right now, our wastewater plants are run by a contractor. Is that something that would could it become a municipal development corporation? Is that I know we've talked about land and we've talked about the marina, but.
Sure, through the mayor to the councillor, that would be potentially a municipal services corporation, which we did assess the feasibility of. We don't believe that it's a feasible option for us at this time.
Okay, well, I guess we've talked about marinas, we talked about land. taxes, but I guess what I'd like to see before we jump into this, and I kind of agree with Councillor Van Riesche in a way, I'd like to see what we're looking at down the line for this corporation and show me the benefits and the risks, I guess, for that specific thing, rather than just jump in and say we're going to form one. Maybe I'm jumping ahead. That's my kind of feelings on it. Anyways, thank you.
If I may, through you, Madam Mayor, I think that's what we're recommending. We did an initial analysis, staff did an initial analysis, and they believe that there's some merit in doing some additional due diligence in regards to the development of a municipal development corporation. And that's what this terms of reference that's here and some of the recommendations is for us to hire a consultant to get that legal advice, accounting advice, governance advice. What does all of that look like? Bring that back to council so that you can make an informed decision whether or not you can do it or not. Unfortunately, as staff, we don't have the expertise to provide that legal advice and that accounting advice and sort of the pros and cons. So if council approves this report today with the recommendation, we will be back in 2025 with some recommendations on whether to move forward or not with the development corporation. And then at that point in time is when council makes the decision to go forward or not.
So we're not jumping right in feet first here. We're looking at it still. And will that consultant come back with specifics in terms of how it might impact the marina, or how it might impact water and wastewater, or whatever else industrial land? Is he going to zero in on those things for us?
Through you, Madam Chair, the consultant, he or she, will give us best practices. We'll be talking to them about what we think a municipal development corporation can do for Norfolk County. They'll tell us what can and can't be done, and if it's going to be done, how it can be done to the benefit of Norfolk County.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I do believe when we discussed some of these items at budget that I didn't really support the municipal accommodation tax study at 50 grand. You know, why would we put a tax on so that we can advertise our accommodations? The people that own those accommodations could raise their own prices and advertise their own business. So why are we doing that? I think I went to a little bit of length describing the need for industrial land study. I think I got it figured out already. So, but they're in the budget now, and you know, read through the report. The only one that has made sense to me in the past is a municipal services corporation to take over the water and sewer, because that shifts a bunch of the debt off the county's books, and we don't end up with our credit card maxed out because we've moved it off the books into somebody else, and that's the one thing they're not recommending that we even look at. And again, I would just soon just not do anything. And Councillor Van Riesche brought it up, Councillor Brunton brought it up, that the need for all of these things I don't agree with, but the
Questions.
Question, well, no, I can also, a motion is always ready. I could also see the logic of, if council has approved the municipal tax study at 50 grand, at 215 for the other, if we can slip in the other one for the same price, and if that's where we want to go, that part makes sense to me. That's the only thing in this report that makes sense to me, but I can understand that logic, whether I agree with it or not. So I don't have any questions, but
I think the CAO might have a comment for you.
And I can certainly pass it on to the treasurer if my answer isn't sufficient for the councillor. But through you, Madam Mayor, I think part of what we've learned through some of the analysis is that a wholly owned subsidiary of the county, when you factor in debt, it would be all part of our consolidated financial picture. So I'm not sure it adds any additional debt capacity. The one thing that I think over the long term, municipal service corporation might be of benefit to the county longer term, not right away. We keep hearing rumors that there's going to be changes at the federal and provincial levels in regards to insurance companies, pension funds being able to purchase assets like municipal service corporations to help with the infrastructure and help with the service delivery. We're not there yet. It could be any given time. I think it's premature right now for a services corporation, only from the perspective that it adds a layer of complexity to the shareholder agreement or the deal that we're doing with Haldeman, and it isn't something that's been contemplated to date. And so that's one of the reasons why we're not recommending it at this time. But I think And when you talk about things like the accommodations tax, things like a development corporation, in terms of the benefits that it can provide, if we're going to go down the path of an accommodations tax, you need a vehicle to collect the tax and then do the tourism strategy that's going to come out of that. And a municipal development corporation is an ideal vehicle for that as well. So there's a lot to consider, and we continue to recommend that council consider this. I believe it's a good long-term investment for the county to have a development corporation.
If I could, Madam Mayor, maybe the treasurer can correct me if I'm wrong too, but when I talked about water and sewer and municipal services corporation, but I would have forgot to throw in, you partner then with a private sector corporation, and then private sector is taking half of the debt with them, right? So that's how you get your credit limit brought down again. So.
Yeah, through you. Yeah, and I would say through you, Madam Chair, I think they'd have to take 51% of the corporation, but I can let the treasurer respond.
Through the chair, that's correct. So there's a few different ways that an MSC can be structured, and one of the ways, I forget the specific terminology for it, but it does allow us to offload debt and take it out of our balance sheet. However, there's a few things that concern me with that. One is that I'm concerned about the fact that it won't improve resident affordability. So at the end of the day, the ratepayer's the ratepayer, and depending on where that revenue comes from, it's still going to end up likely as a cost recovery basis. So that's a concern. The debt could be more expensive depending on how it gets structured. So we're a low risk borrower with a high liquidity position, and so we borrow at advantageous rates. And depending on the size and structure of the corporation, they may not be able to do that. So it could get more expensive to carry that amount of debt depending on how it gets done. And then there's also the concern, depending on the amount of debt that gets taken and how the services corporation is set up and structured, we may be required to guarantee any loans. And if that's the case, then that debt comes back onto our balance sheet and gets consolidated regardless, as the CAO pointed out. So there's a few different concerns, and I think that a concurrent may just be a little bit of a preliminary route to look at in any more detail at this point in time.
Councillor Brunton.
Well, thank you, Amy, for those. I just read all those concerns in your page 17 of the report, and they don't sound very good to me if that happens. You know, a lot of those things to me are very negative, if I can use that word. But we're not doing anything yet other than looking at it. Am I correct?
You are correct, and Ms. Fanning's talking about a municipal services development, which is not the recommendation from staff. The recommendation from staff is municipal development corporation.
Well, I realize it, but it's still negative on some of this stuff. And I guess I like the idea, but as long as we aren't jumping in wholeheartedly here, if we're just looking at it and get some recommendations, I can go along with it.
So for Councillor Brunton's concerns, then, if this was approved today, you would go and change the scope, get a third party and investigate it, and then come back before council with a business case for decision? Correct, okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Councillor Van Passen.
Well, like, we're just going to look at it, but it's going to cost us $265,000 to look at it, right?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would say there's $265,000 in our capital budget that was approved. And what we're doing is we're going to stay true to the first two things, which was a municipal accommodations tax and industrial lands needs assessment. And what we're doing now is included in the scope of that consultant's work. We're also going to ask the consultant to finalize a business case for the development of a municipal development corporation for council's consideration.
So I initially moved this motion, so I just want to take a couple seconds to share, because I think we're getting way off base here. This is hardly a negative, the Municipal Development Corporation. As an example, Quinte West had an annual budget of $4.57 million funded by municipal partners and collects $2.3 million in grants. The board's comprised of one councillor and one partner from the municipality, as well as specialized business representatives and experts. Brant County, founded in 2013. The board's comprised of 7 members, including the mayor and 2 councilors, with 4 private business members. They are paid members. They meet quarterly. They have worked on projects like renewable energy, fiber optics, a health hub, which was cost neutral to a tax base funded by the Municipal Development Corp, with new physicians and a new medical facility. And in a few short years, they were self-sufficient in making their own money completely off any municipal contribution. Waterloo, 5-year strategic plan, an annual budget of $2 million. The annual budget is expected to increase to $4.5 million over the next 2 years, which includes $600,000 from FedDev, $500,000 from the Government of Ontario, Oakville, St. Catharines, and so on. St. Catharines uses their Municipal Development Corp with a fully funded federal grant for housing. So I think what I'm saying is that this is another option for us to use as a tool to create housing, to look at operating marinas, a variety of different things that we don't have to commit to today and decide on. But the business model exists where they make money. And then you take that money and you funnel it through the municipality to offset various costs. And there's still a councillor composition on the board. There is still oversight from council members. And some of that money could be through that municipal accommodations tax, among other things. We also have money in the council strategic initiative that could start an investment in a fund like this. All of that is to be decided on another day, but these work. They are used regularly, and they can address a lot of community priorities if those are the priorities that council sets for it. Councillor Van Adrishi.
And I can totally agree with you, if and that we own those assets. In those particular examples that you gave, they had large industrial parks and municipally owned lands that they could leverage to work with those corporations. We don't. We own 2 marinas that one makes money, one doesn't.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I would say the following, that not every development corporation started with seed money or seed assets that were municipally owned. You certainly have to have some seed funding that can go in. You could use it from a land reserves fund. You can do a council initiatives reserve. You can develop, and that's part of what this consultant will do, is look at how you transfer assets over to start the development corporation, looking at that governance model, that operating model, all of that, and you have an asset transfer policy that comes along with that. But the long-term vision of a development corporation is that it starts to make money for its shareholder, which is Norfolk County.
And again, I can totally agree with you over all of that. But at the end of the day, if it doesn't work, are those assets tied up that we have to buy them back as a municipality? I'd like to ask Amy if she has any thoughts on that. If it is unsuccessful and you have put in the corporation a number of assets, does the actual county have to repurchase those to get them out of the corporation?
Through the chair, that's an excellent question. I assume that in the setup and in the transfer policy, the return of the assets or what would happen in the demise of the corporation would be spelled out. And I suspect we'd look to set it up in the case where that purchase back would not be required, but I'd also invite our CAO to comment if I've missed the mark on that one.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I would say yes, we can set it up any way council deems appropriate. If we are transferring assets and for whatever reason the corporation doesn't get off the ground, doesn't develop those assets, we can certainly write into that asset transfer policy that those assets would become ownership or return back to Norfolk County as proper owners.
And furthermore, we could just start with a financial contribution, not assets, correct? Okay. So
Through Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a comment, so perhaps it's not a question. I'll hold off. I'm happy to move the recommendation at any time.
Okay, let's do that. Moved. Is there a seconder? And then I will go back to you. Councillor Columbus seconds, and then I'll go back to you for your comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I thank staff for their work on this. I actually thought the report was quite easy to read, so thank you for that. I appreciate the background and the different examples that you had given. I've done a little bit of research on this, just sort of preliminarily, and had a couple of conversations. I fully see the opportunity that lies ahead. And, you know, as a municipality, we have very, very limited levers for revenue generation. And to me, this is one that is readily available, that has a purpose and has a lot of opportunity. So I would support getting more information to allow us the opportunity to make a decision on it.
Anyone else? Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There once was a Norfolk Business Development Corporation on Highway 3, which is actually Venture Norfolk today. Is there any similarities? Like, I know even the Ontario government has a development corporation. They had the Ontario Land Corporation, which was supposed to develop towns and site. Is there any overlap here, or is this something just for our properties?
Is that a question for?
And how many dollars are we looking to allocate today with this recommendation?
I can certainly start through you, Madam Mayor. There's no additional dollars being allocated today. If council approves the recommendations, we will be utilizing 2 capital projects that were already approved by council during the capital budget process. In regards to the Historical Development Corporation, I don't have any context or information on what we had previously here in Norfolk. I don't know if anyone else does who's been here for a while.
I don't know if anyone can comment on that, but I wonder if Mr. Regan can comment on overlap between what's existing through Venture Norfolk. Is that a fair question for you, John?
Absolutely, Madam Mayor. Thanks for the question. There's absolutely zero overlap whatsoever with Venture Norfolk. Venture Norfolk is a Community Futures Development Corporation. There's 269 of them across the country. They're independently run by separate boards of directors, and they generally facilitate small business startup, and they are a lender of last resort. There's no overlap here whatsoever.
Thank you.
Okay, does everyone understand what we are voting on? The recommendation is on the screen before you. All right, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor Barry, how did you vote? In favor. The motion carries. Thank you. Bylaw. Pardon me? Sure. All in favor? Councillor Columbus for, Michelle against. Okay. Oh, there we go. And opposed. The motion carries. Thank you. Bylaws. Do we have a council member wishing to speak to any of the bylaws before us for approval? Okay, mover and a seconder, please, and we can, yeah. Councillor Michelle, were you voting? You're muted. You're muted.
Forgive me, Madam Mayor. Yes, just in case there was confusion on that last motion, I voted in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Michelle.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bylaws, can we approve them? No, we cannot. Okay. A motion, please, to read bylaw 2024-89 being a bylaw to provide for drainage works for the county road number 57 drain a third and final time. Mover and seconder. Councillor Van Passen, Councillor Duthie, all in favor? Carried. May I have a motion to read bylaw 2024-90 being a bylaw to provide for drainage works for the Department of Highways number 1 drain a third and final time. Councillor Van Andrieschie moves. Councillor Brunton seconds. All in favor? Carried. May I have a mover to approve the following bylaws, that bylaws 2024-125 to 2024-131 consecutively be read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed in open council. Moved by Councillor Michelle and seconded by Councillor Columbus. All in favor? Carried. Okay, we're moving along to motions, so I'm going to go over to Councillor Very first for item 14.1, and that is business license cancellation.
All right. I get a minute, right? Do I get a minute to introduce this? Okay. So I'm not going to read the motion or anything like that. I'm just going to say why I brought it forward, okay? So where I'm at is this. It's very common for politicians to say we need to cut red tape, and I don't think tape gets much redder than this. The business licensing program is an administrative tool that the county uses, and it's now become an administrative and cost burden to businesses that provides those businesses with no discernible benefit, or at least none that they've been made aware of. The license program is not a cost of doing business. Prior to 2017, businesses were fine. There was no business licensing program, and there has been no improvements to their businesses because of the program. Last week I said that no review had been ever done. I actually learned from Councillor Van Passen afterwards that one had been done in 2019, which he attended, and he said there was maybe 3 people that showed up. I was still involved with the Board of Trade then, and I have no recollection of any invitations to attend, and no other business owners I've spoken to recall that either. So my question would be, what services is the county providing to business owners if it isn't willing to ensure that a fulsome review is done on the program? Community engagement, ongoing shortcoming that we have, and this is one more example. But you know, when we talk about passing costs on to taxpayers, businesses are taxpayers too. Owners of commercial and industrial properties already pay 160% of the value of their assessed property value in taxes. And my understanding of taxation is that it's supposed to be relative to the services that those who are paying the taxes provide. So my argument would be that if the businesses are receiving a benefit here, it's already covered in the taxes that they're paying. But I would argue that there isn't. I would say that it's an administrative benefit to Norfolk County, and our former clerk, one of our former clerks, said as much to our members at the Board of Trade in 2022 when I asked her to come to a meeting. So if a program benefits the corporation only, it is a benefit to the taxpayers at large. And if we are truly using a user pay system in Norfolk County, the beneficiary of the program is who should cover the cost. If there's no benefit to taxpayers, or not one that the taxpayers feel is worthwhile paying for, then the program should not be offered. So increasing the fees this year, I understand, will bring in an extra $600,000 plus, but that's still not the full cost of recovery. So I would suggest we just save the $1 million or whatever it actually costs and just end the program. And that's my motion.
Okay, motion's on the floor. Is there a seconder? Councillor Van Passen seconds the motion. I would just provide a comment. Councillor Berry, there was a meeting at the Dover Community Center. I believe a couple people who wrote letters were in attendance, but there was never a comprehensive follow-up on the benefits. So you are right in that. Comments, debate, Councillor Van Passen, Duthie, then Vanadrishi.
Yeah, I do have one question to staff first. How much do we collect in business licensing fees at the current rate?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, it is between $50,000 and $70,000. It's a little bit complicated in the fact that some of the revenue is recorded in various parts of our budget, so it's spread out across the board, and some of that is in the health unit budget. So in light of the merger, we need some little bit more time to untangle that. So the most accurate I can get right now is between $50,000 and $70,000.
So that means that we have like 4,000 to 5,000 businesses in Norfolk County?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask our clerk if he knows offhand how many licenses that generate that fee.
Through you, Mayor Martin, it's not a simple division, so the licensing fees based on the operation is a different amount. So a food vendor pays different than a food truck. A normal business pays different than either of those two. So it's not a simple mathematical division to find out how many businesses we have.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wonder actually maybe just if the CAO could comment on past experience from perhaps other municipalities, et cetera, that have this sort of thing. I appreciate the spirit in which Councillor Verries has brought this motion forward, and I've certainly received a number of calls from businesses since this came forward last week. So I am really curious on perspective.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would say the following, that every municipality I've worked with has a business licensing component to it. It doesn't necessarily mean that we shouldn't review our business licensing program and look at opportunities to either cut red tape, make it more efficient, and really study whether or not it provides a benefit. I would say generally business licensing and the program provides for the public to have some confidence, some consumer protection, some regulations, and oversight over various businesses, that either from a fire perspective, a health perspective, depending on the business. Yes, it has a component that generates revenue for the municipality, but that's, I think, just one component. It's more in terms of the public safety, the public regulation. It's to ensure that you've got a database of businesses so that our staff can go out, whether it's fire, health, bylaw, make sure that everything is being run, enforcing local laws, provincial laws, regular legislation that we have. In some cases, it provides some market structure. It provides some economic database for our economic development teams in terms of how many businesses of a certain type you have. It provides you some source data so that you can go out and promote different local economic development opportunities, different businesses. So there's a range of pros, I would say. But like everything else, I think you can argue that there's some cons. I think reading the notice that's in front of you here, I would say the following, that as everything, and we say this all the time, I would caution council for making a policy on the fly, and the idea of sort of undoing a process or the system that we have now on the fly would not be recommended. I would fully support if this council is looking for opportunities and a review of this process, which apparently has been promised in the past but not delivered. I would say that it would make good sense to direct staff to come back in Q1 with a review of the business licensing program with all the various pros and cons, and looking at not only revenues that are generated, the cost to generate those revenues, the community benefit, and whether the burden is placed on businesses or the local taxpayers is all part of that discussion that we can have should council want a review of the process and the program.
Councillor Van Andrieschie.
No, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I'm wondering, Amy, if there's any possibility of checking in with CRA to see if you do have a business, it's a proof of business is that you have a license. And I'm wondering if there's any complications there if you eliminate that. Because if you get an audit and you can say, I'm paying the $400 or whatever I'm paying for a business license and I can prove my operation. Is there any concerns with that, you think?
Through the chair, council, that's an excellent question. I don't know offhand, but I believe that there's a licensing process through the province that allows businesses to operate specifically, but I'm looking at my colleagues to see if anyone has a better response than I do. Sorry about that.
I think you require your business license to be able to get your business registration number so that you can get your HST or GST numbers. But at the end of the day, they look at that, CRA will say to me, or to whoever they're reviewing and saying, prove to me you run a business, especially if you're always showing a loss. They like to make sure that you're running a business, but I just curiosity.
I would chime in just through you, Madam Mayor. If the suggestion is, can we get a business registry by getting HST information through CRA or something, I think that's part of the process. Is you might have businesses that are operating that don't have a CRA number or do not properly collect taxes and are not properly registered, and that's part of the business licensing in that database to confirm everything is a legal establishment and a legal operating business.
Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Mayor. So, yeah, you don't need a business license for the CRA. Not every business in Norfolk County is licensed. This is only a certain number of businesses, or certain types of businesses and classes. There's many businesses that are not licensed that are still in business. This is just for, I guess we call them personal services and things like this, food services, nails, hair, whatever else. So it's not a requirement. This is something that Norfolk County is doing for, again, administrative purposes. Everything that Al listed a moment ago is sure, you can call it a benefit, but every single one of those benefits was administrative to Norfolk County. There was no benefit to the business. So yeah, the license, does it help public safety? Not really. They're all subject to health inspections and safety inspections and fire inspections anyway. This is an administrative tool only. So that's one of the, I guess, the messages I'm trying to convey to council here is that this isn't required. There's no provincial or federal requirement for this. This is just something that we do.
I just want to, so we have a motion on the floor. Are we debating or are we asking questions? Let's stick in one lane. You have a question? Okay, and then I'm going to turn it over to the clerk for supplemental.
My question is, we have boards of trade, business. Yeah. How do you recognize when you assess them for taxes if they're not registered with the municipality? Like, you don't have the Downtown Business Association, their businesses, and that's on the property then? Okay, then I've got my answer from Councillor Duffy.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to our clerk for a comment on some of the process and.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify a point that the CAO made, and I've heard what Councillor Berry has said. So he said a couple times there's no benefit to the taxpayer. I think you have to make the distinction between the taxpayer as the business and the taxpayer as the person using that service. And the business licenses are essentially put in place to protect the consumer, to make sure the zoning's in place, to make sure public health is safe, to make sure fire protection is in place. So that's what the opportunity for the business license is for, and that's what it protects, those taxpayers or those visitors to our community that are using the services of those businesses.
Councillor Berry.
So in other words, as I've been saying, there's no benefit to the business. The benefit is administrative Norfolk County, which the taxpayers pay the Norfolk County operations. That's what you just said, it's to the consumer. So the business is to the taxpayer at large. So if it's not a benefit to the business, it's a benefit to the taxpayer at large, why does the business pay the bill? And why is it not part of normal county administrative operations that we charge the taxpayers for on every other thing? Every other thing we do that's administrative is a benefit to the taxpayers. That's my entire point. It is the consumer, the general taxpayer, that benefits from the license.
Al, Mr. CAO?
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. I would say I partially agree with Councillor Berry, but I'm not sure I'm fully there. I think there are benefits. If I'm running a business in Norfolk County and I've got 6 different competitors, I want to know that all the competitors are all dealing with the same level of scrutiny, the same level of due diligence, having the same legislative requirements placed upon them. I think if you don't have a level of oversight and fairness and making sure that everyone is operating at a level where they're providing that public safety, that sort of general service level, you do have a potential scenario out there where you're going to have some rogue businesses operating and not necessarily doing everything the way they should to ensure public safety across the board. But this is one of the reasons why I would recommend to this council, if it's council's desire to get some more information on this, to make a decision on a program going forward, that you direct staff to go back and do some due diligence and really provide council with a fulsome review of the pros and cons of a business licensing program.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I did receive calls, but a lot of it was because of the short notice given to the businesses that this was happening. And I read somewhere in the report, I thought that there was some kind of a survey done where our costs were 50% higher than the rest of the province, or I thought I read that in the report. Can we have staff comment on that? And lastly, I certainly would like to see a review of the program for Q1, have it come back to council.
Do we have anyone who can comment on our user fees compared to other user fees? Is that something that needs to? Okay, over to the clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. So we didn't do an extensive survey with the motion that Councillor Berry brought forward last week. What we have done is through the general licensing fee bylaw update, we did look at our neighbors, Brantford, Brant County, and Haldeman, and saw that our fees were substantially lower than theirs. Plus, they were significantly lower than the average across the province. So they haven't been adjusted for a number of years. business licenses for a year of $18 were antiquated in staff's opinion, so that's why the numbers were brought up. They're still a far way from full cost recovery for fire and public health inspections, but it was decided in the report, I think October 17th, talked about mitigated and phased approach to bringing our licenses closer to full cost recovery.
Okay, if I could, oh, sorry, go ahead, please.
Mr. Clerk, just to the increased fees that we're offering, like for January, are they significantly higher than what neighboring municipalities will be charging?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, if I understood the question, no, our fees will still be significantly lower than our neighboring municipalities.
I think the public should hear that. Thank you.
So if I could maybe move this along. The motion is on the floor, given Councillor Berry's preamble to discontinue with this license. I think it's two issues because Councillor Berry is right. We have talked about this and we've amended it and we've never demonstrated the purpose and the value and the service delivery. And that is, a hard thing for the businesses to see the price go up and up and up and not have us ever address what the issue is. So I would be in favor myself of having a staff report come back under very specific terms and conditions. It would need to be very quick. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I don't want your motion to potentially be defeated and then be a reconsideration down the road. So it's not relevant to your motion, but if you'll indulge me for a minute. Okay. I would like it to come back as soon as possible because the businesses deserve to know what this service is for, what it's doing, and we've heard, oh, it's to create a registry. Well, we've also heard from staff today that they don't know how many businesses we have, so then the registry maybe is non-existent. We used to hear, oh, it's a health and public safety service. Well, then why is it not run, I don't know, independently through the health unit? And additionally, clerks and health unit staff were never speaking to one another. Then fines and additional work that came from the health unit. And the health unit didn't have automated records, so there was no sharing or discussions on that level. And so my long story short is that if staff really believe in it, then there needs to be a significant business case brought back very, very quickly. Because if that isn't demonstrated, I too will be in favor of the removal of this because no one's been able to suggest what it is. And the problem here is that we are disadvantaging those who are playing by the rules. So what about all the other rogue businesses that don't have one? Well, just because we don't have them on a registry somewhere, they're not getting those checks that are supposed to provide the same community benefit and the same community service to the taxpayers. The other thing I'd also want to know is what full cost recovery is. So if the businesses are paying for it, what is the amount that is not being covered off? So therefore, what is the amount the taxpayer is subsidizing, to your point, and then also to Councillor Berry's point, what is the business paying for? So that is my ramble to suggest that your motion, if not successful today, would then need to be a reconsideration to get rid of the business license in the future, but I've heard quite a bit staff say review. Councillor Van Passen.
Couple things, Madam Mayor, but I always hear this, we got to get back to cost recovery, and I keep bringing up, how about we start looking at our process to try to reduce our cost to bring it down to what we're spending already, but or what we're charging already. Secondly, if somebody were to move a motion to refer this one back to staff to do exactly what you just said, now I'm not going to do it because I seconded the motion, but I think that would fully achieve your goal, right? You're just going to refer it back to staff to bring it back in that first meeting cycle or something of the new year. Because again, I don't want to do a reconsideration either, and we can't amend the current fees without a reconsideration of that vote. Now, eliminating it completely, that makes the fees moot, so, that might be a solution, is to have a vote to refer it back to staff and bring a report in the Q1 of 2025.
And because you're our walking procedural bylaw, does that trump the current motion on the floor? It does. Okay, is anyone interested in that direction? Councillor Duthie? Keep both options alive until we can demonstrate anything, something? Is there a seconder for referral? Councillor Vanden Drieschie. Councillor Columbus just offering to second? Okay. All right, can we jump right to a vote on that? Go ahead.
If we're going to do this, I'd like to, a couple of things I want to see in the report. I want to see how much we are collecting in business tax. And I also want to see some comparative values with other areas. Okay? And that's my concern. Thank you.
Councillor Duthie.
Just if I may add to that, I think it sort of parlays into Councillor Berry's second motion, but I'm sure there has to be innovative ways that we can actually make this process faster and more efficient for the businesses, because I have repeatedly heard it's a cumbersome process that they have to come here and they have to apply and then they have to wait to get approval before they can come back and pay, and that doesn't seem like a good, efficient use of time. So just if we can consider how can we make this, if we're going to continue it, and if it makes sense to do so, how we can make it more efficient and smooth and seamless.
Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Mayor. Fine, I see where it's going, and this is actually better than I thought. I thought I was going to die on the vine there, so that's all right. But that's why I did the elimination motion, because I didn't want to go into the reconsideration of all the fees. So I was thinking, but as Councillor Brunton just mentioned, it is a business tax essentially. So if we're going to do that and ask about comparators, what the other areas cost, we should also see what they get for that. That we should see what the services they receive. It can't just be cost to cost. It has to be service to service, because they might be getting something that is really great and worthwhile, where I'm arguing we're not. I mean, we've got the two largest voluntary business organizations in writing telling us it doesn't work. I mean, there's clearly a problem. So, anyways, so I'm quite happy with the referral, and I'll support it, even though it kills my other thing. Whatever.
Okay, I'm going to call the question then. Is that okay? All in favor? That's carried unanimously. We will pick that up in the new year. Thanks, everyone. And I think we're still over to Councillor Berry for his AI.
This is a quicker one. I don't have a lot to introduce apart from just the fact that AI is a thing and it is out there, and it makes the stuff like what we're just talking about much easier, because we can fire every report into this database and it can give us a comprehensive printout of everything we've ever done and ever discussed and every report ever written on that issue. So there might be other applications as well, and I'm all for it, but what I'm really trying to do is get some way where when somebody asks me about a decision that was made in 2019, I don't have to guess what minutes it was part of or ask staff to do it or anything else. I can just plug it in and go, tell me everything about paid parking, tell me everything about the Marina, tell me whatever, and it will just spit out a comprehensive report. That's what I want. If there's other benefits, let's do it, but I would like to have a report on how we can implement some of this AI stuff to make our jobs and staff jobs a bit easier.
Cool. Is there a seconder? Councillor Duthie, you want to speak to it?
If I may, I just would ask Councillor Berry, I am happy to second it, if we can add a timeline to it, let's say end of Q2 next year. I feel like we've burdened staff a lot in Q1, but end of Q2 perhaps.
Well, you're actually burdening them more than I was, because I was open-ended and I was happy to have it any time. But if you want Q2, Duthie's driving the hard deal and I'll support that. Let's do Q2.
Okay, perfect. Is there any debate, or can we call the question on this one as well? Looks good. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. That one I am looking forward to. Okay, Councillor Brunton, your motion is with regards to Ontario Power Generation Haldeman.
Yes, thank you. What happened here? It disappeared. Okay, there we are. Yeah, thank you, Mayor Martin. This is pretty generic, but I want to make a couple of comments on it. Do I need to read the motion in its entirety?
No, you do not need to.
Thank you. Just briefly, the whole just behind this is to support a hydroelectric station at Nanticoke, which was previously there. Unfortunately, they tore it down. And to me, it will employ, I hope, hundreds, if not thousands of people at some point. And I'm sure the people will come out of the woodwork with gas, or if it's deemed to be a nuclear site. I'm sure we'll have a lot of feedback from whatever. But I wanted to make a couple of very interesting points. I did a little research on the weekend, and as you know, the transmission lines are still there from the old plant. And the interesting part, if you look at the transmission lines, some of the largest ones in Ontario come out of Nanticoke, and they are able to feed east and west and north very easily if you look at the map of the transmission lines in Ontario. The other thing it probably has the benefit of doing is to transmit across Lake Erie, if Mr. Trump allows it. Anyways, I think it's a great idea, and again, it will represent, I hope, a lot of jobs. The only other fear I have is they announced the increased need for hydro, but I don't yet know if these things will be staggered every 5 or 10 years. My understanding to build a nuclear site is a substantial time frame, but I would hope, because of the locale and the ability for transmission lines, that Nanticoke would be chosen very early in the process. Anyways, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Van Pasten, go ahead. You want to speak to it?
No, I was just going to be happy to second it because Councillor Brunton beat me to it, or else I was going to bring the same motion. So.
Okay. Is there any comments on this debate? My comments are that I'm really happy to see that this was selected as one of 3 sites, and I'm in support of something that's going to, bring more jobs to the area and use the existing infrastructure in the lands. I'm just concerned with supporting it prior to Haldimand County going on the record and before they do their public consultation. I just feel like we're not staying in our lane necessarily. So I don't think I'm going to come out swinging without knowing if it's nuclear or otherwise, but I do think it's a really great opportunity. So just for transparency, I'm not supporting it because I don't know what Haldimand's position is and they haven't collected public input on it, but I'm really happy the province is considering it.
Well, I can speak, I did speak with Mayor Bentley on it, and she believes they're fully behind it.
They haven't passed any resolution yet, so.
Well, no, I don't know that, and if you look at it, I don't know that the county will have much say in it. I think the province will, like
Nope.
anything, dictate.
I did look it up. They won't move ahead without county resolution.
Well, that's all the more reason we should support it. Anyways, thank you.
Happy to support it after I know Haldimand's position, and I don't know that yet. So I will call the question. The motion is on screen in front of you. All in favor? And oppose? All in favor? Motion is carried. We have no notices of motion. Other business. General announcements. Councillor Barry.
Well, it's not a big deal, but tomorrow in Simcoe, there's a Santa story time at the library. No, not tomorrow, sorry, Friday in Simcoe, Santa story time at the library, he told me. And then Saturday, there's the guitar group is doing a Santa thing at the Port Dover Library, Santa told me. So if anybody's got little guys in Port Dover or Simcoe that they haven't had a chance to get a photo with Santa yet, you can do it Friday in Simcoe and Saturday in Port Dover.
Awesome. Mr. Grice?
Thank you, and just very quickly through the chair, just wanted to share some good news. So the county, along with our contractor being Sierra Bridge and our consultant Parsons Engineering, we won an infrastructure award through the Ontario Concrete Association, and that's recognizing our work on the Long Point Causeway Bridge. So that is great news. As you're all aware, the Long Point Causeway Bridge rehabilitation was a unique project, lots of sensitive species and environmental concerns, so it's very nice to be recognized for our efforts. And we do have a nice award that I didn't bring today, but it'll be on display in our GAB office, so next time you're there, you can take a look. But just wanted to share some good news to finish the day.
Great news. Congratulations. Alrighty, a motion please that council enter into closed session at 5:39 PM to discuss items pursuant to section 239(2)B and C of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of the land by a municipal or local board. There are two items, by the way. We've got 18.1 verbal update and 18.2 verbal legal update on negotiation. Moved by Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All in favor? Carried.
Four, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Mover and a seconder to reconvene in open session at 5:51 PM, moved by Councillor Duthie, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All in favor? That's carried. And a motion to receive. Councillor Michelli?
No, Madam Mayor, I'm just anticipating something, sorry.
Thank you, that's okay. Motion to receive item 18.1 and 18.2 verbal update from CIO and verbal legal update on negotiation as information. Moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Van Adrishi. All in favor? Councillor Michelli would like to move our confirming bylaw. Bylaw 2024-132 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council on this regular council meeting of December 17th, 2024. And it to be read a first, second, and third time and finally passed in open council. Moved by Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Berry. All in favor? And Councillor Michelli moves for a 5:52 PM adjournment, seconded by Councillor Duthie. All in favor? That is carried. Happy holidays, everyone. Staff, thank you for everything. Enjoy some time off, and we'll see you in the new year.
Yes, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, Tom.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Yes. Merry Christmas to you.